Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog pressed itself against the windows of 221B Baker Street like a living thing, curious and patient, wrapping the October evening in soft grey wool. Inside, the fire crackled with a voice all its own, speaking in pops and whispers to the shadows that danced along the wallpaper. The scent of pipe tobacco curled through the air, mingling with the faint must of old books and the sharper note of chemical compounds from Holmes's latest experiment. Dr. John Watson sat in his usual chair, the leather worn to the exact shape of his frame after years of companionable evenings, his medical journal open on his lap, though his eyes had long since ceased to focus on the words. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked its steady rhythm, marking time in a city that never truly slept, even when it pretended to rest. Sherlock Holmes stood by the window, his lean silhouette cut sharp against the gaslight glow from the street below. He held his violin loosely in one hand, the bow in the other, though he had not played for nearly an hour. Instead, he watched the fog move, studying its patterns with the same intensity he might apply to a bloodstain or a peculiar arrangement of footprints. London's fog was not merely weather. It was character, personality, mood. Tonight it seemed contemplative, perhaps even melancholy, settling into the spaces between buildings as if seeking shelter from its own damp embrace. "You're thinking too loudly, Holmes," Watson said, without looking up from his journal, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Am I?" Holmes replied, his voice carrying that particular quality of distraction that meant his mind was elsewhere entirely, perhaps 3 steps ahead in a conversation they hadn't yet had. "I was merely observing that October fog carries a different texture than its November cousin. More theatrical somehow, as if it's rehearsing for the true performance to come." Watson set down his journal, knowing from long experience that when Holmes began speaking in metaphors, something was stirring in that remarkable mind. "Theatrical?" he prompted, reaching for his pipe. "Yes. Notice how it swirls rather than settles, how it catches the gaslight and transforms it into something almost magical. November fog is honest, blunt, intrusive. October fog has pretensions." Holmes turned from the window, his grey eyes sharp with observation. "Rather like the difference between a provincial theatre company and one performing in the West End." It was at that precise moment, as if summoned by Holmes's words like an actor awaiting a cue, that Mrs. Hudson's footsteps sounded on the stairs. Her knock was apologetic, the kind that suggested she knew the hour was late but circumstances demanded intrusion. "Gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes," she said, opening the door just wide enough to peer through. "Says it's urgent. A Mr. Pemberton. He seems quite distressed, poor man." Holmes's expression shifted, interest kindling behind his eyes like a match struck in darkness. "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson. And perhaps some tea if you would be so kind." The gentleman sounds as though he could use warming. Watson straightened in his chair, his medical instincts awakening. Distressed visitors at 9:30 on a foggy October evening rarely brought trivial concerns. He tucked his journal aside and prepared himself for whatever drama was about to unfold in their familiar sitting room, that stage upon which so many human tragedies and comedies had played out over the years. The man who entered was perhaps 50, with the kind of face that suggested he smiled often in better circumstances. Tonight, however, his features were drawn tight with worry, his eyes carrying the particular exhaustion that comes not from physical labour but from anxiety that permits no rest. He wore a well-tailored coat that spoke of success, though one button hung by a thread, and his collar sat slightly askew, as if he'd dressed in haste or forgotten the usual care he took with his appearance. His hands, Watson noticed, trembled slightly as he removed his hat. "Mr. Holmes," he began, his voice rough with emotion barely contained, "I apologise for the intrusion at such an hour, but I am at my wit's end. My name is Edmund Pemberton. I manage the Adelphi Theatre." Holmes gestured to a chair with characteristic grace, his movements economical, yet somehow conveying both welcome and attentiveness. "Please sit, Mr. Pemberton, my colleague, Dr. Watson. You mentioned urgency, and I observe you've come directly from your theatre without stopping at home, despite the lateness of the hour and the state of the weather. The rain earlier has left mud of a very particular composition on your shoes, the sort one finds only in the alley behind the Adelphi, where the drainage has been notoriously poor since the summer renovations. So, tell us what has happened." Pemberton sank into the offered chair as Mrs. Hudson returned with the tea tray, her movements quiet and efficient. He accepted a cup with grateful hands, though he didn't immediately drink, instead using it as something to hold, to anchor himself. "They vanished," he said simply, the words dropping into the room like stones into still water. "The entire company, every last actor, actress, stagehand who was directly involved in the production, gone, as if the earth simply opened and swallowed them whole." Watson leaned forward, his medical mind already cataloguing possibilities. "When did this happen?" 2 days ago. 3, if we count from when the first one disappeared." Pemberton finally took a sip of tea, and some colour began to return to his cheeks. "We're meant to open in 48 hours. 48 hours, gentlemen. The sets are built, the costumes finished, the advertisements placed in every paper in London. The Prince of Wales himself has expressed interest in attending later in the run. And I have no one." Holmes had settled into his own chair, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, in that familiar attitude of concentration. "Tell us about the production. What play were you mounting?" "The Spectre's Veil," Pemberton said, and even in the warm comfort of the sitting room the title seemed to carry a chill. "It's a rather gothic piece, full of mystery and supernatural elements. Written 30 years ago by a playwright named Cornelius Blackwood. No relation to our current troubles, I hasten to add. The play had a brief run in Manchester in 1865, but the theatre burned down during the final performance. Everyone escaped, thank God, but the play gained something of a reputation." "Cursed," Watson murmured, unable to help himself. The romantic in him, the part that had followed Holmes through countless adventures, thrilled slightly at the word, even as his rational mind dismissed such notions. "Precisely." Pemberton's hands tightened around his teacup. "Theatrical people are superstitious by nature, Dr. Watson. We don't whistle in theatres. We never say the name of the Scottish play. We believe in ghosts with the faith of children. Most of us know it's nonsense, but we respect the traditions anyway. They're part of the fabric of our world, you understand? But the Spectre's Veil goes beyond mere superstition. Every attempt to stage it has ended in disaster. A collapsed stage in Liverpool in 1871, an actress who went mad during rehearsals in Birmingham in 1878, strange accidents, unexplained illnesses, financial ruin. The play has left a trail of misfortune across England like footprints in poisoned snow." Holmes's expression remained neutral, though Watson detected the faint flicker of scepticism in his friend's eyes. "And yet you chose to stage it." "I did." Pemberton's voice carried both defiance and regret. "The Adelphi has been struggling, Mr. Holmes. The West End is more competitive than ever. We need something that will draw crowds, create talk, generate excitement. I thought the curse angle would work in our favour. Forbidden theatre, the play that dares to tempt fate. It seemed brilliant, commercially speaking." He laughed, a bitter sound. "Perhaps I was the one who tempted fate too boldly." The fire crackled, sending sparks up the chimney. Outside, a cab rattled past on Baker Street, its horse's hooves muffled by the fog. Watson found himself drawn into the story despite his rationalist inclinations, feeling the pull of mystery that always preceded their adventures, that particular sensation of standing at the edge of something larger than it first appeared. "Walk us through the disappearances," Holmes said, his tone gentle but precise. Every detail, Mr. Pemberton, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Pemberton nodded, gathering his thoughts. It began 3 days ago, on Tuesday morning. Our lead actress, Miss Caroline Ashworth, failed to appear for rehearsal. Caroline was utterly professional, never late, never unprepared. When she didn't arrive by noon, I sent someone to her lodgings in Bloomsbury. The landlady said Caroline had left early that morning with a small bag, mentioning something about a family emergency in Southampton. But Caroline has no family, Mr. Holmes. She told me once that she was quite alone in the world, which was part of what drew her to the theatre. We become family for those who have none. Watson felt a pang of sympathy for the missing actress, understanding that particular loneliness, the search for belonging in a world that could be cold and indifferent. That evening, Pemberton continued, 2 more vanished. Our leading man, Mr. James Hartley, and the character actress, Miss Penelope Voss. Same pattern. Left their lodgings with small bags, vague explanations to landlords about urgent matters elsewhere. By Wednesday morning, the rest had gone. 8 actors in total, plus our stage manager, our props master, and 2 of the principal stage hands. Everyone directly connected to the production. Those who remain, the ticket sellers, the ushers, the cleaning staff, they're terrified. Some have already quit, refusing to set foot in the theatre. And the police? Watson asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. Inspector Lestrade came by yesterday afternoon. He took some notes, asked some questions, then essentially told me that adults are free to leave their employment and their lodgings as they choose. No crime has been committed, Dr. Watson. People have simply chosen to disappear. Pemberton's voice cracked slightly. But you don't understand. These are professionals. Their livelihoods depend on their reputations. To vanish days before a major opening, leaving a theatre manager in ruins, it goes against everything we value in this profession. Reliability is currency in the theatre world. This would destroy their futures. Holmes rose and began to pace, his movements fluid and deliberate. Watson recognised this behaviour. His friend's mind was engaging fully now, turning the problem over like a gemstone, examining each facet for the light it might reveal. Their belongings, Holmes said abruptly. What remains at the theatre? Everything, Pemberton replied. Their dressing rooms are exactly as they left them Tuesday morning. Makeup half applied in some cases, costumes hanging on racks, personal items scattered about. It's as if they simply stepped out for a moment and never returned, and the contracts? Financial arrangements, all paid in advance for the rehearsal period as is standard. They were due to receive their opening night bonuses this Saturday. Pemberton hesitated. There is one odd thing, though I'm not sure it's relevant. About 2 weeks ago, a gentleman approached several of the actors privately, offering them insurance policies. Theatrical insurance, he called it. Protection against injury or illness that might prevent them from performing. The premiums were remarkably low, almost too good to refuse. Several of them took up the offer. Watson saw Holmes pause mid-step, and though his friend's expression remained carefully neutral, Watson knew that mind had just seized upon something significant, some thread that might unravel the entire mystery. "Did you meet this insurance gentleman?" Holmes asked, his tone studiedly casual. "No. The actors mentioned him in passing, but I never saw him myself. Theatre folk are always looking for ways to protect themselves, Mr. Holmes. Ours is a precarious profession at best." Pemberton looked between them, hope and desperation mingling in his expression. "Will you help me?" "I know it may seem trivial compared to the crimes you usually investigate, but these are people's lives, their careers. And honestly, Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to fear for their safety. What if the curse is... What if something terrible has happened to them?" Holmes returned to his chair, his fingers once again forming that cathedral of contemplation beneath his chin. The firelight caught his profile, casting half his face in shadow, and Watson was reminded suddenly of the theatrical world they were being asked to enter, a world of light and darkness, illusion and truth. "I don't believe in curses, Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said quietly, "but I do believe in human nature, in greed, fear, and the remarkable capacity people have for deceiving themselves and others. Your actors have not been spirited away by supernatural forces. They have been moved by very human motivations, though what those motivations might be remains to be determined. He looked up, and his eyes held that particular gleam that Watson had learned meant their comfortable evening was about to transform into something far more interesting. "We will take your case. Watson and I will visit the Adelphi first thing tomorrow morning. In the meantime, speak to no one about consulting me. If your actors have been frightened away or lured away, I don't want whoever orchestrated this to know we're investigating." Pemberton stood, relief washing over his features so completely that he seemed to grow younger before their eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you both. You've no idea what this means." After Mrs. Hudson had shown their visitor out, Watson turned to his friend. "You suspect foul play, then? Not simply a company of actors overcome by superstitious dread?" Holmes smiled, that thin, knowing smile that suggested he was already several moves ahead in a game whose rules Watson had yet to fully grasp. "I suspect, Watson, that we are about to become intimately acquainted with the world of theatrical illusion. And in that world, nothing is ever quite what it appears to be. The question is not whether this is a performance, everything about it reeks of stagecraft, but rather, who is the director, what is the plot, and why has an entire company agreed to play their parts?" He rose and retrieved his violin, drawing the bow across the strings in a long contemplative note that hung in the air like a question waiting to be answered. Outside, the fog pressed closer, and London settled into its restless sleep, unaware that in the heart of the West End, on a darkened stage, a mystery was waiting to unfold. Patient as the darkness, inevitable as the dawn, Watson poured himself another brandy, settled back into his chair and smiled. Tomorrow they would enter the world of grease paint and gaslights, of superstition and spectacle. Tonight, the game was afoot and the stage was set. The fire burned lower, the shadows deepened, and the clock ticked on, counting down the hours until opening night. A performance that might never happen, unless Sherlock Holmes could solve the curious case of the vanishing company and the empty theatre that waited, silent and expectant, for its actors to return. Morning arrived in London with its usual hesitation, as if the city itself needed coaxing from sleep. The fog had thinned during the night, but not dispersed, transforming from dense wool to gossamer veils that caught the early light and turned it golden. Watson woke to the smell of Mrs. Hudson's breakfast, eggs and toast, bacon crisping in the pan, and the sound of Holmes already moving about their sitting room with that particular energy that marked the beginning of an investigation. By 8:30, they were in a hansom cab rattling toward the Strand, where the great theatres of London's West End clustered like jewels on a necklace, each one proclaiming its own grandeur through elaborate facades and gilt-lettered marquees. The streets here carried a different character than the rest of London, Watson observed. Even in morning light there lingered something of the evening's magic, as if the buildings themselves remembered the applause and gaslight, the rustle of silk gowns and the anticipation that charged the air before curtain time. The Adelphi Theatre stood on Maiden Lane, its entrance modest, compared to some of its grander neighbours, but possessing a dignity that spoke of history and artistic integrity. The building dated from the previous century, its classical columns and arched windows suggesting permanence in an ever-changing city. A poster by the entrance announced The Spectre's Vale, opening this Saturday, in letters that might have been blood red or merely dark crimson, depending on how the light caught them. Someone had drawn a crude X across the poster in chalk, and beneath it, in an uncertain hand, the word "cursed." Holmes studied the graffiti with interest, producing his magnifying glass to examine the chalk's composition and the angle of the strokes. "Applied early this morning," he murmured, "by someone right-handed, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, with a tremor in their dominant hand. Fear, most likely, rather than age or illness. The pressure varies too much for physical infirmity." "One of the remaining staff," Watson suggested, "or someone wishing to appear as such." Holmes straightened, pocketing his glass. "Come, Watson, let us see what secrets this cursed stage might reveal." Mr. Pemberton met them at the stage door, looking marginally better than he had the previous evening, though deep circles beneath his eyes suggested sleep had been elusive. He led them through a narrow corridor that smelled of old wood, dust, and that indefinable theatrical scent, a mixture of makeup, costume fabrics, and the accumulated atmosphere of countless performances. The walls were lined with playbills from previous productions, faded testimonials to triumphs now forgotten by all but the most devoted theatre historians. "The main auditorium is through here," Pemberton said, pushing open a heavy door. "I've kept everyone away as you requested, Mr. Holmes. The theatre is yours to examine." They emerged into darkness broken only by the ghostlight, a single lamp on a pole-centre stage, that eternal flame every theatre maintains when not in performance, partly from tradition, partly from the practical need to prevent accidents in the dark. The light cast long shadows across the stage and into the auditorium beyond, where row upon row of seats waited in patient silence for an audience that might never come. Watson's breath caught slightly. There was something profoundly melancholy about an empty theatre, something that spoke to the heart of human endeavour and hope. These spaces were built for laughter and tears, for the communion between performer and spectator, for the magic that occurred when stories were told in the flesh rather than on the page. Empty, they felt almost haunted, though Watson would never admit to such fanciful thinking in Holmes's presence. Holmes, however, showed no such sentimentality. He moved onto the stage with purpose, his keen eyes taking in every detail. The set was partially constructed. A Victorian drawing room meant to represent wealth and respectability, though the walls were merely painted canvas and the furniture had the slight shabbiness of props used in production after production. Upstage, a large mirror dominated one wall, its surface reflecting the ghostlight in an unsettling way that made it seem as if another theatre existed within the glass, a shadow version of this one. "Tell me about the play itself," Holmes said, examining the floor with his magnifying glass, looking for scuff marks, traces of movement, anything that might tell a story. Pemberton settled into a seat in the front row, grateful perhaps to sit after what must have been days of anxious pacing. "It's a Gothic romance, Mr. Holmes. A young woman inherits a country estate from a distant uncle she never knew. When she takes residence, she begins to see visions, a spectral figure in mirrors, always watching, always waiting. The play builds to a revelation that the ghost is not her uncle, but her own future self, warning her about a murder that will occur if she marries the charming neighbour who's been courting her." "Mirrors feature prominently then," Holmes observed, approaching the large looking glass on the set. "Throughout the play, yes. The title refers to the veil between present and future, life and death, truth and deception, all very atmospheric, designed to keep audiences on the edge of their seats." Pemberton's voice carried both professional pride and current bitterness. Cornelius Blackwood was quite clever, really. The play works on multiple levels, as entertainment certainly, but also as a meditation on fate and choice, on whether we can escape our destinies or whether knowledge of the future dooms us to fulfill it. Watson found himself intrigued despite the circumstances, and the actress who went mad in Birmingham was that during a performance, during rehearsals actually, the actress claimed the mirror spoke to her, showed her terrible things. She had to be institutionalized. Pemberton shook his head. Of course, there were rumours she'd been using laudanum rather heavily. The theatrical life is not always conducive to mental stability, I'm afraid. Holmes had moved to the wings now, examining the ropes and pulleys that controlled the curtains and scenery. The backstage area was a forest of equipment. Sandbags for counterweights, painted backdrops rolled and stacked, property tables covered with the tools of theatrical illusion. Everything was meticulously organised, yet there was an air of abandonment about it all, as if the theatre itself was holding its breath, waiting. "The dressing rooms," Holmes said. "Show me where your actors prepared." They descended a narrow staircase to the basement level, where the dressing rooms lined a corridor lit by gas lamps that hissed softly in their sconces. The air here was closer, warmer, carrying stronger traces of grease paint and powder. Pemberton opened the first door, A small room with a mirror surrounded by lights, a dressing table scattered with cosmetics, and hooks on the wall bearing costumes in various states of completion. "This was Miss Ashworth's room," Pemberton said quietly, and his voice carried a reverence that suggested he'd cared for the actress beyond mere professional association. Holmes moved through the space like a ghost himself, touching nothing but observing everything. Watson watched his friend's eyes catalogue each item: the half-used jar of cold cream, the rabbit's foot hanging from the mirror's corner, the photograph of a young woman tucked into the mirror's frame. Miss Ashworth smiled out from the photograph with bright confidence, unaware of the mystery her disappearance would create. Her street clothes are gone, Holmes noted, but her stage jewellery remains, and this brooch, he indicated a cameo on the dressing table, appears quite valuable. If she left in a hurry due to a genuine emergency, would she not have secured her valuables? That's what troubles me, Pemberton agreed. Caroline was careful with her things. Theatre salaries are not princely, Mr. Holmes. That brooch was a gift from an admirer after her triumph in The Duchess of Malfi last season. She wore it constantly. Holmes leaned closer to the mirror, his nose nearly touching the glass, and Watson recognised the intense focus that meant his friend had discovered something significant. "What do you see?" Watson asked, moving closer. "Perfume," Holmes murmured. "A very particular scent. Not Miss Ashworth's usual fragrance. There's her bottle there, lavender and rosewater, quite common and entirely appropriate for her age and station. But on the mirror's surface, there's a residue of something else. Jasmine, but not English jasmine. Something more exotic. Indian, perhaps, or from the Far East. Expensive. Not the sort of thing a struggling actress could afford, nor the type a respectable actress would wear. It's rather too bold, too suggestive of the demi-monde." Watson sniffed but detected nothing beyond the general theatrical atmosphere. Holmes's senses, however, operated on a level far beyond the ordinary, refined by years of chemical experiments and the constant training of observation. They moved through the other dressing rooms in succession. Each told the same story. Personal items left behind, stage materials abandoned, street clothes missing but valuables remaining. Mr. Hartley's room contained a stack of unpaid bills, suggesting financial desperation rather than comfortable circumstances. Miss Voss's space held a well-worn Bible and a pressed flower between its pages, hints of sentimentality and perhaps religious devotion. "They left in daylight," Holmes said, more to himself than his companions. "Probably Tuesday morning, after arriving for what they believed would be a normal rehearsal. Something or someone convinced them to depart immediately, but not so urgently that they feared for their lives. They took time to change into street clothes, to pack small bags. They expected to return, or at least they wanted to give that impression. But why?" Pemberton's frustration was palpable. "Why would they do this? That, my dear Pemberton, is precisely what we must discover." Holmes turned to face them both, his expression thoughtful. "Watson, what do you make of the famous curse?" As a medical man, does any pattern suggest itself? Watson considered carefully, appreciating that Holmes valued his opinion even when the great detective had likely already formed his own conclusions. "The incidents you described, Pemberton, the fire, the collapsed stage, the actress's madness, they seem varied in nature. Not a consistent pattern one would expect from, say, a saboteur or someone with a vendetta against the play itself." And yet he paused, a thought forming. They all resulted in financial loss, didn't they? The productions were ruined, unable to continue or recoup their investments. "Excellent, Watson!" Holmes's eyes gleamed with approval. "You've put your finger on precisely the pattern I observed. Every cursed production of The Spectre's Veil has resulted in financial catastrophe for the theatre mounting it. Which raises the question, who benefits from such catastrophes?" "Insurance companies," Pemberton said slowly, understanding dawn. "When a production fails, the theatre's investors, the company members, they all lose money. But insurance, if someone had insured against such losses." "Precisely. And you mentioned that a gentleman approached your actors, offering insurance policies at remarkably favourable rates. I would very much like to know more about this gentleman and his company." Holmes's voice carried an edge of satisfaction, the sound of a hunter catching his prey's scent. But first, let us examine the stage once more. There's something about that mirror that troubles me. They returned to the main stage, where the ghost light continued its lonely vigil. Holmes approached the large mirror in the set, examining it from every angle. He tapped the glass gently, listening to the sound it produced, then moved behind it to inspect the backing. "Curious," he murmured. "Watson, stand before the mirror, would you?" Watson complied, seeing his own reflection stare back at him, slightly distorted by the age of the glass and the uneven light. Holmes disappeared behind the set piece, and for a moment, Watson was alone with his reflection and the creeping sensation that empty theatres inspired. That feeling of being watched by invisible audiences judged by the ghosts of performances past. Then Holmes's voice came from behind the mirror, muffled but clear enough. "Can you hear me distinctly?" "Yes," Watson replied, startled. "Quite clearly." Holmes emerged, satisfaction evident in his expression. The mirror is not merely decorative. It's been constructed with a hollow backing, a space large enough for a person to stand with a small aperture at ear level. Anyone concealed there could hear every word spoken on stage and even whisper responses that would seem to come from the glass itself. A clever piece of stagecraft, perhaps intended as an effect during performance, but also potentially useful for eavesdropping or creating supernatural illusions. Pemberton looked genuinely surprised. "I had no idea. Blackwood's script doesn't call for such an effect. The mirror is simply meant to be a mirror." "Someone modified it then?" "Recently, I suspect. The wood of the backing is fresh, not aged like the rest of the set." Holmes pulled out his notebook, jotting observations. "Was anyone seen working on the set outside of normal hours?" "The theatre is locked at night," Pemberton said, though his confidence wavered. "But keys exist, of course. The stage manager, the props master, myself, and the night watchman makes rounds but doesn't remain in the building continuously." "Both stage manager and props master are among the missing," Watson observed. "Indeed." Holmes closed his notebook with a decisive snap. "Pemberton, I need you to compile a list for me. Every person who had access to this theatre in the 2 weeks before your company vanished. Staff, vendors, visitors, this mysterious insurance gentleman, if you can get a description. Also, the names and addresses of all your missing actors, their next of kin if known, and the details of those insurance policies, the company name, policy numbers, everything you can discover. Of course, Mr. Holmes. I'll have it ready by this evening. One more thing." Holmes's gaze swept the empty theatre once more, taking in the seats waiting for spectators, the stage anticipating performers, the whole magnificent machinery of theatrical illusion sitting idle and melancholy. The curse of the spectre's veil. Who benefits most from believing in it? Who profits from fear? The question hung in the air like the final line of a scene, weighted with implications neither Watson nor Pemberton could fully grasp yet. But Watson knew his friend well enough to recognise that Holmes had already begun to see the shape of the mystery, the outline of a plot far more theatrical than anything Cornelius Blackwood had written. They left the Adelphi as noon bells chimed across London, the city fully awake now, its streets thronged with hansoms and pedestrians, costermongers crying their wares, the perpetual symphony of urban life playing its familiar score. Yet Watson's mind remained in that dark, empty theatre, with its abandoned dressing rooms and secret mirror, its absent actors and patient curse. "What do you think has happened to them, Holmes?" he asked as they walked toward the Strand. "Are they in danger?" Holmes was silent for a long moment, his walking stick tapping a thoughtful rhythm on the pavement. "I think, Watson, that they are exactly where someone wants them to be. Whether that place is dangerous depends entirely on how much they know and how valuable their continued silence may be. But take heart. If this is about money, and I strongly suspect it is, then keeping them alive serves better than the alternative. And if you're wrong, then we have less time than I'd hoped." Holmes hailed a passing cab. "Come, we have research to conduct and inquiries to make. Somewhere in London's theatrical world, someone is directing a very elaborate performance. It's time we learned who's holding the script." The afternoon found them in a corner of the British Museum's reading room, that great circular temple to knowledge where scholars bent over ancient texts and contemporary newspapers with equal reverence, their whispers creating a constant susurrus like wind through autumn leaves. Holmes had requisitioned a stack of theatrical publications: The Era, The Stage, Lloyd's Weekly, provincial papers from Manchester, Liverpool and Birmingham, any publication that might have chronicled the ill-fated productions of The Spectre's Vale over the past 30 years. Watson assisted in the research, though his mind wandered occasionally to the window where London moved past in its endless procession of life and commerce. The museum's dome filtered light in a way that made even the dustiest research feel somehow sacred, as if they were not merely investigating a missing theatre company, but uncovering truths that mattered to the very fabric of civilization. He smiled at his own grandiosity and returned his attention to a yellowed newspaper from 1871. "Listen to this, Holmes," he said, keeping his voice library appropriate. "From the Liverpool Mercury, October 1871, the attempted production of Mr. Blackwood's controversial drama came to a catastrophic end last evening, when the stage itself gave way during the final dress rehearsal, plunging 3 actors into the basement below. While injuries were thankfully minor, the structural damage has rendered the playhouse unusable, and the production has been cancelled. Theatre owner Mr. Gerald Wickham estimates losses in excess of £2,000, a sum that may well spell the end of his theatrical ambitions." Holmes looked up from his own reading, his eyes sharp with interest. "Does it mention insurance?" Watson scanned further. "Yes, here. Mr. Wickham's misfortune is compounded by the revelation that his insurance policy had lapsed the previous month due to unpaid premiums. The building's repairs must come from his own pocket, a burden he confesses he cannot bear." "Interesting," Holmes made a note. "So unlike our current situation, where actors are being encouraged to insure themselves heavily. Find me more about the Manchester fire of 1865, Watson. That was the first disaster, the one that began the curse legend." They worked in companionable silence for another hour, the stack of newspapers gradually reorganising itself from unread to examined, each article adding another piece to a puzzle that remained frustratingly incomplete. The Manchester fire had been deemed accidental, a gas lamp knocked over backstage, but the theatre owner had been heavily insured and had rebuilt quickly, even prosperously. The Birmingham incident in 1878 was murkier. The actress's madness had been genuine enough to require hospitalisation, but rumours suggested she had been having an affair with the married theatre owner, and her breakdown coincided suspiciously with his wife's discovery of the liaison. "Pattern within chaos," Holmes murmured, sitting back and steepling his fingers. "Some incidents benefit the theatre owners, others ruin them. Some involve insurance payouts, others financial disaster. It's almost as if different hands have been playing with the curse legend, using it for different purposes across the years. Perhaps the curse is simply a curse," Watson suggested with a slight smile. "Bad luck that attracts opportunists the way lightning attracts iron." "I don't believe in coincidence. Watson and I certainly don't believe in curses. But I do believe in a pattern, even when that pattern is deliberately obscured." Holmes stood gathering their notes. "Come, I want to speak with someone who understands the theatrical world from the inside, and I know just the person." They took a cab to the Garrick Club on King Street, that bastion of theatrical and literary society, where actors, writers, critics and gentlemen amateurs gathered to discuss art scandal and the state of the British stage. The club occupied a handsome building, its interior warm with wood panelling and the smell of cigar smoke, its walls decorated with portraits of theatrical luminaries and scenes from famous productions. Holmes was a member, though he visited rarely, preferring the solitude of Baker Street to the bonhomie of club life. The porter recognised Holmes immediately and directed them to the smoking room, where they found Sir Herbert Beerbohm-Tree holding court before a small audience of younger actors. Tree was one of the great actor-managers of the age, a man whose performances of Shakespeare had become legendary, whose management of the Haymarket Theatre had set standards for the entire profession. He was also, Watson knew, possessed of considerable wit and a genuine love for theatrical gossip. "Sherlock Holmes!" Tree boomed upon seeing them, his voice carrying the trained projection of a man accustomed to filling large auditoriums. "What brings you to our humble sanctuary?" "Don't tell me someone's stolen the crown jewels and hidden them in a prop room. I've always said theatre people make the best criminals. We're professional liars after all." Holmes smiled with genuine warmth, one of the few people who could draw such unguarded pleasure from his usually reserved friend. "Sir Herbert, may I present my colleague, Dr. Watson? We're here seeking your expertise on a rather delicate matter." Tree waved away his audience with cheerful authority and gestured Holmes and Watson to leather armchairs by the fire. He was a large man, commanding in presence, with a kind of face that could shift from comedy to tragedy with the flicker of an expression. "Expertise I have in abundance, discretion somewhat less, but for you, Holmes, I shall endeavour toward unusual restraint. What's this about?" "The Adelphi Theatre," Holmes began, "and a play called The Spectre's Veil." Tree's expression shifted immediately, becoming more guarded. "Ah, Pemberton's cursed production. Word travels fast in our small world, Holmes. The company's disappeared, hasn't it? Very mysterious, very theatrical, also very much in character for that damned play. You know it then? Know of it, certainly. No sane manager would touch it with a 10-foot pole. Too much bad history, too much superstition surrounding it. Actors' talk, Holmes, were worse than washerwomen for gossip, and a cursed play is currency in green-room conversations." Tree leaned back, his fingers drumming thoughtfully on the chair's arm. "I've read the script, actually. Curiosity, you understand. It's quite good, which makes the whole situation more tragic. Blackwood had genuine talent, but he poured all his genius into one play, and that play became poison." Watson found himself leaning forward, drawn by Tree's narrative power. What happened to Blackwood himself? Disappeared, interestingly enough. After the Manchester fire, he simply vanished. Some say he killed himself, overcome by guilt that his play had caused such disaster. Others claim he went mad, convinced he'd tapped into something genuinely supernatural in his writing. The romantic version has him wandering the moors like King Lear, railing at the heavens. The prosaic truth is probably that he changed his name and took up work as a clerk somewhere, trying to forget his theatrical ambitions. Tree's smile was sad. Theatre destroys more people than it elevates, I'm afraid. For every success story, there are dozens who break themselves against the stage's indifference. Holmes was watching Tree carefully, reading the subtle shifts in expression that accompanied each statement. "Tell me about theatrical superstitions, Sir Herbert. Why are theatre people so susceptible to them?" Tree considered the question seriously. "Because we traffic in illusion, Holmes. Our entire profession is built on making people believe in things that aren't real. We create ghosts every night on stage, summon storms with backstage machinery, make audiences weep over tragedies that never happened to people who never lived. When your daily work involves manipulating reality, the line between real and unreal becomes permeable. We respect superstitions because we understand, perhaps better than most, that belief has power. Whether that power is supernatural or purely psychological doesn't matter. The effect is the same. And specific superstitions, the Scottish play, whistling in theatres, all rooted in practical concerns that became ritualised over time. Tree settled into his element, clearly enjoying the lecture. The Scottish play, which I note you're too sensible to name, involves witches and combat, darkness and murder. Productions of it have statistically high injury rates, probably because of the sword fights and the dark staging. But rather than improve safety practices, the profession blamed the play itself. Whistling in theatres was once how stage crews communicated cues, so a random whistle could trigger scenery changes at the wrong moment, potentially injuring actors. Again, practical danger transformed into mystical prohibition. Watson nodded slowly. So the curse of the Spectre's Veil could follow the same pattern. Real dangers attributed to supernatural causes? Precisely, Doctor. Though in this case the dangers seem less consistent. Fires, collapses, madness. There's no single thread connecting them except the play itself. Tree paused, his expression growing more sombre. There is one consistent element, though, now that I think about it. Every production has involved money troubles. Either the theatre was struggling financially before mounting the play, or the play's failure pushed them into bankruptcy afterward. The spectre's veil seems to attract financial desperation. Holmes's eyes gleamed. That's very interesting indeed. Almost as if someone were seeking out struggling theatres whose owners might be willing to take unusual risks. You think the curse is being deliberately manufactured? Tree leaned forward, his voice dropping despite the relative privacy of their corner. By whom, and to what end? That's what we're trying to discover. Sir Herbert, have you heard anything about an insurance company specifically targeting theatrical productions, offering unusually favourable terms to actors? The tree frowned, thinking. Not in my circles, but then I run a successful theatre. My company members are relatively secure. You'd want to talk to the struggling performers, the ones working in smaller venues or between engagements. They're the ones who'd be vulnerable to such offers. He snapped his fingers suddenly. Wait. There was something. A few months ago at Drury Lane, I overheard some chorus members talking about a new insurance scheme. They were excited about it, cheap premiums, generous coverage. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but the company they mentioned, what was it called? Something forgettable. Standard something. Standard theatrical insurance? Standard performance insurance? Standard theatrical assurance company, Holmes supplied quietly. That's it. Do you know about them? They're mentioned in Mr. Pemberton's notes, the company that approached his actors. Holmes stood, his movements crisp with purpose. Sir Herbert, you've been extraordinarily helpful. If you hear anything else about this insurance company or about the Spectre's Veil, would you send word to Baker Street? Of course. The tree rose as well, his expression concerned. Holmes, be careful with this. Theatre folk may be superstitious fools, but we're also a tight community. If someone is deliberately harming our people, using our fears and financial vulnerabilities against us, well, that's a villain worthy of your talents. They parted with warm handshakes, and Holmes led Watson back out into the London afternoon, which had progressed toward evening while they were ensconced in the club's comfortable dimness. The street lamps were being lit, each one a small ceremony as the lamplighters made their rounds, their long poles touching flame to gas, bringing light to the encroaching darkness. Where now? Watson asked, knowing that his friend's mind was racing ahead, making connections, forming theories. Now we descend into the theatrical underworld, Watson. The pubs and taverns where struggling actors gather, where gossip flows as freely as gin, where we might find someone willing to talk about insurance schemes and vanishing companies. Holmes hailed a cab. The Bucket of Blood on Henrietta Street. Colourful name, but relatively safe establishment. Popular with theatre folk. The Bucket of Blood proved to be a narrow, smoky establishment tucked between a printer's shop and a customer's warehouse. Despite its ominous name, the atmosphere was cheerful, filled with the sound of conversation and laughter, the clink of glasses and the occasional burst of song. The clientele was unmistakably theatrical, their gestures broader than life, their voices trained to carry, their clothing just slightly more colourful, more artistic than the average London worker's attire. Holmes and Watson found space at the bar, and Holmes ordered 2 pints with the easy manner of a man comfortable in any social setting. Watson admired this chameleon quality in his friend, the ability to be equally at home in a palace or a pub, adjusting his demeanour without losing his essential character. Terrible business about the Adelphi, Holmes said to the barman, pitching his voice to be overheard. A friend of mine was hoping to see the Spectre's Veil. Now it seems there won't be a performance. The barman, a stout fellow with the broken nose of a former boxer, shook his head. Cursed play, that one. Should never have been revived. Pemberton was asking for trouble. You believe in the curse, then? Watson asked, playing his part. Don't have to believe it, sir. Theatre folk know better than to tempt fate. The barman moved off to serve another customer, but Holmes's comment had attracted attention. A woman, perhaps 40 years old, her face bearing the traces of past beauty and present struggle, leaned toward them from a nearby table. She wore stage makeup applied perhaps a bit too heavily, and her dress, while clean, had been mended multiple times. You're interested in the Spectre's Veil? She asked. Were you friends with any of the company? Acquaintances, Holmes said smoothly. I'm trying to understand what happened. Did you know any of them? Caroline Ashworth. We worked together 5 years ago in a production of East Lynne in Nottingham. She was lovely, talented, deserved better than to disappear into whatever darkness took her. The woman's eyes were bright with emotion, grief or gin, Watson couldn't determine. They say she left of her own accord, but I don't believe it. Caroline loved the theatre more than life itself. She wouldn't abandon a major West End production days before opening. Perhaps she was frightened, Watson suggested gently, by the curse. Caroline didn't scare easily. I remember once in Nottingham the theatre caught fire during a performance. Just a small fire, mind you, quickly extinguished. But Caroline stayed on stage, kept performing her scene even as stagehands rushed about with buckets. She said later that the audience had paid for a show and she'd give them one fire or no fire. The woman smiled at the memory. That was Caroline, brave to the point of foolishness. Holmes signalled the barman for another round and included the woman's table in the order. Did she mention anything unusual before she disappeared? Anyone approaching her with strange offers? The woman accepted the fresh drink gratefully. There was something. She wrote to me about 3 weeks ago. We corresponded sometimes. Letters between old friends. She mentioned an insurance man who'd been coming round the theatre. Said he was offering policies so cheap it seemed too good to be true, but half the company had signed up. She was considering it herself, though. She joked that her life wasn't worth much to anyone but herself. Watson felt a pang of sorrow for the missing actress, alone in the world, contemplating her own worth in pounds and shillings. This insurance man, Holmes pressed. Did she describe him? Let me think. The woman closed her eyes, calling up memories. She said he was ordinary looking. That was specifically what struck her. How forgettable he was. Medium height, medium build, brown hair, regular features. The kind of man you'd pass on the street and never notice. But his eyes, she said, were cold, like he was calculating something behind every smile. Did she mention his name? Mr. Smith, I think. Or maybe Mr. Jones, something terribly common, which Caroline found amusing. She said it was like casting the blandest actor imaginable for the role of insurance agent. The woman opened her eyes, fixing Holmes with a sharp gaze that suggested she was more sober and perceptive than she initially appeared. You're not just curious friends, are you? You're investigating this properly. Holmes smiled, not confirming or denying. If you were to guess what happened to Caroline and the others, what would you say? The woman was quiet for a long moment, staring into her drink as if reading tea leaves. I'd say someone offered them something they needed desperately. Not money, actors are used to being poor, but secure it maybe. Safety. A way out of the grinding uncertainty that defines our lives. And I'd say that whatever they were promised, it came with a price they didn't fully understand when they agreed to pay it. Her words hung in the smoky air, profound and melancholy. Holmes thanked her and asked if she'd be willing to speak with them again if needed. She agreed, giving her name, Mrs. Alice Weatherby, and the boarding house where she could be reached. They spent another hour in the pub, talking with other actors, stagehands, hangers-on from the theatrical world. The stories varied, but certain themes emerged consistently. The curse was real, or at least real enough to respect. The missing actors had been approached by an insurance company. Money was tight throughout the profession, and people were desperate enough to take risks they might normally avoid. By the time they emerged back into the London evening, fog had returned in earnest, wrapping the city in its nightly embrace. Watson felt the weight of the day's discoveries settling on him, a sense of tragedy building like the tension before a storm. "What have we learned, Holmes?" he asked, as they walked toward a main street where cabs might be found. "We've learned that fear and desperation make excellent tools for manipulation, that the theatrical world is vulnerable in ways the average person might not recognize. These are artists, Watson, dreamers who've built their lives on hope and illusion. They're easy marks for anyone cynical enough to exploit their fears and their financial precarity." Holmes's voice carried an unusual edge of anger. "We've also learned that our Mr. Smith or Jones is deliberately forgettable. which suggests professional skill at remaining unnoticed. And we've confirmed that the Standard Theatrical Assurance Company is central to this mystery. Tomorrow we will investigate the insurance company. Tomorrow, Watson, we visit the company's house and learn who truly owns the Standard Theatrical Assurance Company. And then Holmes paused, his profile sharp against the foggy gaslight. Then we begin to close the net. A cab appeared through the fog like a ghost ship, and they climbed aboard, leaving the theatrical district behind. But Watson knew the mystery would follow them home, would occupy Holmes's mind through the night, turning over possibilities, testing theories, moving ever closer to the truth hidden behind the curtain of this elaborate performance. The city settled into its evening rhythms around them, a million lives unfolding in darkness and lamplight, while somewhere 11 people waited in circumstances unknown, players in a drama they perhaps didn't fully understand. And in Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes would pace and think and plan, preparing for the next act of this strange and troubling case. Morning brought rain to London, the soft, persistent kind that turned cobblestones to mirrors and made the city seem to whisper secrets to itself. Watson woke to the sound of it pattering against the windows of Baker Street, a rhythm almost musical in its constancy, and found Holmes, already awake, sitting at his desk surrounded by papers, his long fingers moving across documents with the precision of a surgeon or a safecracker, depending on one's perspective. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without looking up. "Coffee is still hot on the tray, and Mrs. Hudson has outdone herself with the kippers. I recommend fortifying yourself. We have a long day ahead, and I suspect it will bring complications of the most interesting variety." Watson poured coffee and settled into his chair, noting that Holmes had barely touched his own breakfast, a habit that emerged when his mind was fully engaged with a problem. The papers on the desk appeared to be company registrations, financial documents, the sort of dry bureaucratic records that could tell entire stories if one knew how to read them properly. "The Standard Theatrical Assurance Company," Holmes said, finally looking up with that gleam in his eyes that spoke of discoveries made and patterns emerging. "Registered 18 months ago, offices on Threadneedle Street, very respectable address suggesting legitimacy. Directors listed as one Mr. Arthur Blackwood and a Mr. James Mortimer. Capital investment of £5,000, which is substantial but not extraordinary for an insurance venture. Blackwood." Watson set down his cup with a slight clatter. "Related to Cornelius Blackwood, the playwright?" "I wondered the same. The company's house records show Arthur Blackwood's age as 45, which would make him approximately the right age to be Cornelius Blackwood's younger brother or perhaps cousin. An interesting connection, don't you think? The author of the cursed play has a potential relative running an insurance company that targets theatrical productions of that same play." Holmes tapped the documents with satisfaction. "Too perfect to be coincidence, too obvious to be chance. This is deliberate, Watson, but the question remains. What is the true objective? Surely not simply collecting insurance premiums? That would be a rather elaborate scheme for relatively modest returns. Indeed. The premiums are actually suspiciously low according to these filings, barely enough to cover legitimate claims, certainly not enough to generate significant profit, which suggests the money isn't in the premiums themselves but in something else entirely." Holmes rose and began to pace, his dressing gown swirling around him like a theatrical costume. "Consider the pattern. Struggling theatres attempt to mount the spectre's veil. Actors are encouraged to purchase insurance, then the production fails catastrophically before opening night. The actors in this case have vanished, but they're insured. If they were to be declared dead—" "Good Lord," Watson interrupted, understanding flooding through him. "The insurance company would have to pay out death benefits. But if the company itself is behind the disappearances, then they control both sides of the transaction. They collect premiums from other clients to cover the supposed payouts, but those payouts never actually reach the deceased's beneficiaries, because the deceased aren't actually deceased. The money simply vanishes into the company's accounts, appearing as legitimate business expenses while actually constituting pure profit." Holmes's smile was grim. "It's quite elegant, in a thoroughly reprehensible way. Insurance fraud on a grand scale, masked by theatrical superstition and the chaos of failing productions. Watson felt a chill despite the warmth of the room, but the actors, they're alive somewhere, being kept hidden until enough time passes to declare them dead. That would be my hypothesis. They must be held somewhere secure but not overtly imprisoned. They left willingly, remember, with packed bags and no signs of struggle. They were convinced to go, perhaps promised safety from the curse, or offered money, or threatened with some consequence if they remained. The stage manager and props master disappearing suggests inside cooperation. Those individuals would have the knowledge and access necessary to facilitate the others' departures. Before Watson could respond, they heard Mrs. Hudson's distinctive tread on the stairs, accompanied by a lighter, more graceful footstep. Holmes's eyebrows rose, fractionally, and he moved to the door just as their landlady knocked. "Mr. Holmes, there's a lady to see you. She doesn't have an appointment, but she says—" Mrs. Hudson's voice dropped to a scandalized whisper. "She says she's expected, and that you'd want to see her immediately. Very forward, if you ask me, though she's certainly elegant enough." Holmes opened the door fully, and Watson felt his own breath catch slightly. The woman in their doorway was striking rather than classically beautiful, with dark hair piled in an elaborate style beneath a fashionable hat, and eyes that assessed everything in a single sweeping glance. She wore a travelling dress of deep burgundy, well-tailored and expensive, with a fur collar that suggested continental fashion rather than English restraint. But it was her bearing that truly arrested attention. The confident posture, the slight smile playing at her lips, the sense of someone utterly comfortable in her own skin and amused by the world's reactions to her presence. "Irene Adler," Holmes said, and his voice carried warmth Watson rarely heard. "This is unexpected. Please come in. Mrs. Hudson, tea for our guest, if you would be so kind. Watson, may I present Miss Adler, or should I say Madam? Miss will do, Mr. Holmes. I've resumed my maiden name for professional purposes." Irene Adler swept into the room with the grace of someone accustomed to making entrances, removing her gloves with deliberate care. "And Dr. Watson, how delightful to finally meet you. I've read your accounts with great interest. You make Baker Street adventures seem positively thrilling." Watson found himself rising automatically, offering a slight bow, feeling somewhat like a country squire in the presence of cosmopolitan sophistication. "Miss Adler, Holmes has spoken of you." "Nothing too damaging, I hope." Her smile suggested she knew exactly what Holmes might have said and was entirely untroubled by it. She settled into a chair with the ease of someone who'd sat in it 100 times before, though Watson knew this was her first visit to their rooms. "I apologise for arriving unannounced, but I've only just returned to London from Vienna, and when I heard about the Adelphi Theatre situation, I thought you might be involved, Mr. Holmes." "You heard about missing actors from Vienna?" Watson asked, curious. "Theatrical gossip travels faster than telegraph wires, Doctor. We're a close community, and word of an entire company vanishing days before a West End opening. Well, that's the kind of story that crosses borders." She accepted tea from Mrs. Hudson with gracious thanks, and Watson noticed their landlady's disapproval softening slightly in the face of such excellent manners. "But I'm here for more than gossip. Yesterday afternoon, I received a very interesting proposition." Holmes leaned forward, his attention absolute. "Tell me everything." Irene took a sip of tea before continuing, her movements unhurried despite the evident urgency of her information. "A gentleman called at my hotel, the Savoy, I'm staying there while in London, introducing himself as Mr. Arthur Blackwood, representing a company mounting a production of The Spectre's Veil at the Adelphi Theatre. He'd heard I was in town and wondered if I might be available for an immediate engagement. The original company had suffered some unfortunate departures, he said, and he was assembling replacement actors with all possible speed." "Did he mention the nature of these departures?" Holmes asked. "Only that they'd proven unsuitable for the production's demands." He was very smooth, very professional, offering terms that were actually quite generous. £50 per week, plus a signing bonus of £25 paid immediately. For a hastily assembled replacement company, those are extraordinary wages. Irene's eyes held a knowing glint. Too extraordinary, really, which made me suspicious. And when I asked around discreetly at the theatre district, I learned that Mr. Blackwood's company wasn't just replacing actors, it was the second complete company he'd assembled for this production in the space of 3 days. Watson exchanged glances with Holmes. The second? But if the original company vanished on Tuesday... Precisely, Doctor. Mr. Blackwood moved with remarkable speed to assemble a replacement, almost as if he'd anticipated the need. And now he's recruiting a second replacement, suggesting something happened to the first replacement company as well. Irene set down her teacup with a decisive click. I declined his offer, naturally claiming prior commitments, but I told him I'd consider it and might have an answer by tomorrow, which gives us a small window of opportunity. Holmes was on his feet now, pacing with barely contained energy. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Miss Adler, would you be willing to accept Mr. Blackwood's offer after all? To go undercover, as it were, and observe what happens to this replacement company? I was rather hoping you'd ask. I find I miss the excitement of our previous encounter, Mr. Holmes. Vienna is cultured and beautiful, but rather predictable. A mystery involving vanishing actors and insurance fraud. Because it is insurance fraud, isn't it? I can see it in your expression. Well, that promises much more entertainment than another season of opera and diplomatic receptions. Watson found himself warming to this extraordinary woman, understanding a bit more why Holmes held her in such unusual regard. She possessed the analytical mind of an investigator combined with the performative skills of a great actress, a combination that made her uniquely suited for the role Holmes was proposing. There may be danger, Holmes cautioned. We don't yet know what happened to the first replacement company, though I suspect they met the same fate as the original actors, convinced or coerced into disappearing. If Mr. Blackwood realises you're investigating rather than genuinely joining his production, then I'll need to give the performance of my career. Irene's smile was fearless. Don't worry, Mr. Holmes. I've played far more dangerous roles than undercover investigators. Besides, you'll be watching, won't you? I trust you won't let anything too terrible befall me. Holmes's expression softened almost imperceptibly. Watson and I will maintain close surveillance, and I believe Dr. Watson could play an excellent potential investor, someone interested in backing theatrical productions. That would give him a legitimate reason to attend rehearsals, to be present in the theatre. Perfect, Watson agreed, feeling the familiar thrill of adventure beginning to course through him. I can play the wealthy amateur with theatrical aspirations. Lord knows I've met enough of them in my time. Then we have a plan. Irene rose, pulling on her gloves with the same deliberate grace she'd used to remove them. I'll send word to Mr. Blackwood this afternoon accepting his offer. When should I expect to hear from you regarding the surveillance arrangements? I'll send a boy with a note this evening, Holmes said. Include details of your first rehearsal time, and Watson will arrive shortly thereafter as a potential investor. In the meantime, I'll be investigating Mr. Blackwood's offices and financial dealings more thoroughly. There's a web here, Miss Adler, and we've only begun to see its outer strands. After Irene departed, leaving a faint scent of sophisticated perfume in her wake, Watson turned to his friend with undisguised curiosity. She's quite remarkable. I can see why she made such an impression on you. Holmes had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable. Miss Adler possesses one of the finest minds I've encountered, coupled with skills in observation and deception that rival my own. That she's willing to assist us in this matter is fortunate. Her theatrical expertise will prove invaluable. Of course, Watson agreed, suppressing a smile. Purely professional admiration. Entirely professional, Holmes said firmly, though Watson noticed his friend's eyes drifting to the window through which Irene had departed. Now, we have work to do. I want to visit Threadneedle Street and observe Mr. Blackwood's offices, and we need to speak with Inspector Lestrade. It's time to bring Scotland Yard into this officially, though I suspect Lestrade will need considerable convincing that this is anything more than actors breaking contracts. They found Lestrade at Scotland Yard that afternoon, hunched over paperwork in his cluttered office that smelled of tobacco, old tea, and the particular mustiness of official documents. The inspector looked up with a mixture of pleasure and resignation when Holmes and Watson entered. Pleasure because Lestrade genuinely respected Holmes's abilities, resignation, because Holmes's cases tended to complicate the inspector's life considerably. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, let me guess. You'll hear about those missing theatre people. Pemberton's been sending notes daily, but there's not much I can do. Adults are allowed to leave their employment, and none of them have been reported missing by family." Lestrade gestured to chairs piled with folders. "Make yourselves comfortable, though God knows where you'll sit." Holmes remained standing, too energised to settle. "What if I told you those 11 people, and possibly 11 more, have been targeted by an elaborate insurance fraud scheme that may involve kidnapping, and potentially plans to falsely declare them dead in order to collect insurance benefits?" Lestrade's expression shifted from weary tolerance to sharp attention. "I'd say you'd better have evidence to support such accusations, Mr. Holmes. Insurance fraud falls under serious crime, and if there's kidnapping involved..." The evidence is circumstantial but compelling. Holmes outlined what they'd discovered. The connection between Arthur Blackwood and the cursed play, the pattern of failed productions, the suspiciously generous insurance policies, the rapid assembly of replacement companies, and Irene Adler's recruitment. "The pieces fit together too neatly to be coincidence, Lestrade. Someone is using the Spectre's veil and its curse legend as cover for a criminal enterprise." The inspector leaned back in his chair, which creaked protestingly. "It's clever, I'll grant you that. Using superstition to mask crime is novel at least, but proving it will be difficult. We can't arrest a man for offering insurance policies or hiring actors, even if the timing is suspicious." "I'm not asking you to arrest anyone yet," Holmes said patiently. "I'm asking you to investigate the Standard Theatrical Assurance Company officially. Request their financial records, examine their claims history, look into the backgrounds of Arthur Blackwood and James Mortimer. Scotland Yard has authority I lack, Lestrade. Use it. And in the meantime..." "In the meantime, Watson and I will continue our investigation from the inside. Miss Adler will join Blackwood's company and observe what happens to actors who accept his generous offers. We'll document everything, and when we have sufficient evidence, we'll bring it to you for official action." Lestrade considered this, his fingers drumming on his desk in a rhythm that suggested internal debate. Finally he nodded. "All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll start the official inquiries into the insurance company. But please..." His voice carried genuine concern. "Be careful. If this is organised crime using theatrical cover, they won't hesitate to protect their operation. Miss Adler especially will be at risk if they suspect she's investigating them." "I'm well aware," Holmes said quietly, "which is why we'll be extraordinarily vigilant." They left Scotland Yard as afternoon faded toward evening, the rain having finally stopped but leaving the city washed clean and glistening. The gas lamps were being lit, their soft glow turning London into a stage set, all dramatic shadows and pools of golden light. They took a cab to Threadneedle Street, that respectable financial district where banks and insurance companies, investment firms and brokerage houses lined up in architectural testimony to Britain's commercial might. The Standard Theatrical Assurance Company occupied modest offices on the 3rd floor of a well-maintained building. Holmes insisted on walking past several times, observing from different angles, noting the hours posted on the door, the types of people entering and leaving. Most appeared to be ordinary clerks and businessmen, nothing suspicious in their bearing or behaviour. "Tomorrow," Holmes murmured, "Watson will go in as a potential client, inquiring about insuring a theoretical theatrical investment. I want to know how they operate, what questions they ask, whether they push particular types of policies. Can you play a wealthy fool with more money than sense?" Watson smiled. "I've had years of practice pretending to understand your methods, Holmes. Playing a theatrical innocent should be comparatively simple." They returned to Baker Street as darkness settled fully over London, the city transforming into its nighttime self. More mysterious, more dangerous, more alive in some ways than its daytime counterpart. Mrs. Hudson had left cold supper under covers, and they ate while discussing strategy, planning the next day's activities, considering contingencies and risks. A boy arrived near 9 o'clock with a note from Irene Adler. Blackwood had eagerly accepted her agreement to join the company. First rehearsal was scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. She would look forward to meeting her potential investor, Dr. Watson, and hoped Mr. Holmes would be nearby should anything interesting occur. "She's enjoying this," Watson observed, reading over Holmes's shoulder. "Miss Adler has always possessed a taste for adventure. It's part of what makes her both valuable and potentially reckless as an investigator." Holmes folded the note carefully. "Tomorrow we step fully into Mr. Blackwood's web, Watson. We'll need to be at our sharpest. Any mistake could alert him to our investigation, and I won't risk Miss Adler's safety through carelessness." That night, Watson lay awake longer than usual, listening to the sounds of London settling into restless sleep. The distant call of the watch, the rattle of a late cab on the cobblestones, the bark of a dog somewhere in the darkness. He thought about the 11 missing actors, wondered where they were, and what they'd been promised to make them vanish so completely. He thought about Irene Adler, preparing to walk willingly into potential danger with the confidence of someone who'd never truly encountered a situation she couldn't charm or think her way out of. And he thought about Holmes, pacing somewhere below in their sitting room, his brilliant mind turning over the problem, searching for the pattern that would unlock the mystery. Theatre and life, Watson reflected, weren't so different after all. Both involved playing roles, pretending to be something you weren't, hoping the audience believed your performance. Tomorrow they would step onto a new stage, and the curtain would rise on the most dangerous act of this strange drama. He only hoped they were all prepared for whatever performance Mr. Arthur Blackwood had scripted for his unwitting players. The city breathed around him, a million souls dreaming or waking, working or resting, each one a story waiting to be told. And in the heart of it all a mystery waited to be solved, a criminal scheme to be unravelled, and 11 people somewhere in the darkness who desperately needed someone to care enough to find them. Watson finally drifted towards sleep as rain began again, soft against the windows, London's eternal lullaby, the sound that had soothed and accompanied so many adventures, so many mysteries, so many nights when evil walked the streets and justice worked quietly in gaslit rooms to restore the balance. Tomorrow would bring answers, he felt certain. Or at least it would bring the next chapter in this unfolding drama, this adventure of empty theatres and vanished actors, of insurance fraud and theatrical curses, of performance and reality intertwined until even Sherlock Holmes might struggle to tell them apart. The rain whispered its secrets to the city, and London listened and kept its counsel, as it always had. The afternoon arrived with that peculiar quality of light that October reserves for days when summer's memory wars with winter's promise. Pale sunshine struggling through high clouds, casting the city in shades of amber and grey that made even ordinary buildings appear somehow theatrical. Watson dressed with unusual care, selecting a waistcoat that suggested prosperity without ostentation, a watch chain that spoke of family inheritance rather than nouveau riche display. The careful costume of a gentleman with money to invest and dreams of theatrical patronage. Holmes had departed earlier, claiming errands that Watson understood meant surveillance and investigation conducted in ways that required solitude, and the various disguises Holmes maintained for such purposes. They would meet, as if by chance, near the Adelphi Theatre, where Irene Adler's first rehearsal with Mr. Blackwood's replacement company would begin at 2 o'clock precisely. Watson arrived at 1:15, giving himself time to observe the theatre's exterior and the neighbourhood's rhythms. The Strand was busy with its usual traffic, hansoms and private carriages, omnibuses lumbering past like patient elephants, pedestrians dodging between vehicles with the casual courage of long-time Londoners. Street vendors called their wares, a barrel organ played somewhere nearby, and the general symphony of urban life provided a constant backdrop that was somehow both chaotic and comforting. The Adelphi itself looked less melancholy in daylight than it had during their previous visit. A new poster had been mounted announcing The Spectre's Vale, under new management, opening soon. Someone had attempted to scrub away the chalk graffiti declaring the play cursed, but ghostly traces remained, giving the poster an appropriately haunted quality that was probably excellent advertising, intentional or not. Watson noted several figures loitering near the theatre, with a studied casualness of people trying not to appear as if they were waiting. Two young women in modest but theatrical dress, actresses presumably, arriving early for the rehearsal. A thin man in a clerk's coat, carrying what appeared to be scripts. And there, examining a shop window with rather more attention than its display of tobacco products warranted, a hunched figure in workman's clothes whom Watson recognised immediately as Holmes in one of his disguises. At precisely 2 o'clock the stage door opened, and a man emerged who could only be Arthur Blackwood. He was perhaps 45, as the company records had indicated, with dark hair going grey at the temples, and features that were handsome in a conventional way, the kind of face that inspired confidence without being particularly memorable. He wore an expensive suit cut in the latest fashion, and his manner as he greeted the arriving actors was warm, welcoming, professionally charming in the way of men accustomed to managing people and expectations. Watson watched as Irene Adler arrived in a cab, stepping down with the grace that seemed as natural to her as breathing. She had dressed the part perfectly, elegant enough to suggest success, but not so elaborate as to intimidate fellow actors, or suggest she didn't need the work. Her greeting of Blackwood was friendly but reserved, professional, exactly the demeanour of an experienced actress accepting a lucrative engagement without being overly grateful or suspicious. Watson gave them 5 minutes to enter before approaching the stage door himself, where a tired-looking man sat on a stool, apparently serving as doorkeeper. Dr. John Watson, Watson announced with the slight pomposity of a man who expected his name to carry weight. I have an appointment with Mr. Blackwood regarding potential investment in this production. He's expecting me. The doorkeeper consulted a list, found Watson's name, Irene must have mentioned him to Blackwood, and waved him through with directions to the main auditorium. Watson followed the now familiar corridor, past the faded playbills and the lingering scent of theatrical life, emerging into the auditorium where afternoon light filtered through high windows, mingling with the ghost light's eternal flame. The stage was more populated now than during their previous visit. 8 actors sat in a semicircle, scripts in hand, with Blackwood standing centre stage like a conductor before an orchestra. Irene sat slightly apart from the others, her posture suggesting both confidence and a newcomer's appropriate deference to the established group. A pianist sat at an upright piano in the orchestra pit, and 2 men Watson didn't recognise stood in the wings, observing, assistant directors or producers perhaps. Blackwood noticed Watson's entrance and broke into a smile of professional welcome. "Ah, Dr. Watson, delighted you could join us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a potential investor observing today. Please everyone, this is Dr. Watson, a gentleman with deep appreciation for the theatrical arts and the resources to support quality productions." Watson inclined his head, playing the role. "Thank you, Mr. Blackwood. I confess I'm fascinated by the theatrical world, and have long harboured ambitions to be involved in bringing quality drama to London stages. When Miss Adler mentioned this production, I was immediately intrigued. Several actors murmured polite greetings. Watson noticed that most appeared young, perhaps in their 20s, with the eager, slightly desperate quality of performers still establishing themselves. Only Irene and one older gentleman, perhaps 50, with a distinguished bearing that suggested years of experience, seemed completely at ease. "Wonderful, wonderful," Blackwood enthused. "We're just beginning our first read-through of The Spectre's Veil, a masterwork of Gothic drama, as you'll soon hear. Please, find a seat, make yourself comfortable, and afterward, perhaps we can discuss the financial particulars of theatrical investment." Watson settled into an aisle seat in the 3rd row, notebook at hand like a proper businessman evaluating an opportunity. From this position, he could observe both the actors on stage and Blackwood's interactions with them, while also keeping the entire theatre in his peripheral vision should Holmes find reason to reveal himself. The read-through began, and Watson found himself genuinely drawn into the play despite his investigative purpose. Cornelius Blackwood, whatever his ultimate fate, had indeed possessed genuine talent. The dialogue crackled with wit and menace, the plot unfolded with elegant inevitability, and the central conceit, a woman warned by her future self of murder to come, created genuine tension even in this preliminary reading, Irene's performance was masterful, Watson observed. She gave enough to show her abilities, but held back the full power he suspected she possessed, the mark of a professional who understood the difference between a first rehearsal and opening night. The other actors varied in skill, some were quite good, others adequate. A few seemed rather out of their depth, but eager to learn. What struck Watson most, however, was Blackwood's attention to certain actors over others. He lavished particular praise on the younger, less experienced performers, encouraging them effusively, while offering only perfunctory comments to Irene and the older gentleman. And during the break that came after the first act, Watson noticed Blackwood speaking quietly with several of the younger actors, his manner intimate, almost conspiratorial. "Rather good, isn't it?" a voice said beside Watson, and he turned to find the older actor had descended from the stage and taken the seat next to him. "The play, I mean. For all its cursed reputation, it's actually quite brilliantly constructed." "Indeed," Watson agreed. "Have you performed in it before?" "God, no! I'm not that foolish or desperate." The man extended his hand. "Gerald Sutherland. I've been on stage for 30 years, Dr. Watson, and I've learned to respect theatrical superstitions even when I don't believe in them. But Mr. Blackwood's offer was simply too generous to refuse, and at my age, one cannot afford to turn down well-paying work, curse, or no curse." "You don't believe the play is actually cursed, then?" Sutherland's expression grew thoughtful. "I believe that certain plays attract disaster the way lightning rods attract lightning, not through supernatural means, but through some combination of circumstances, psychological factors, and perhaps simply bad luck compounded by confirmation bias. Every production that fails confirms the curse, while any successes would be attributed to breaking the curse, so the legend becomes self-perpetuating." He paused, lowering his voice. "What troubles me more than supernatural curses is Mr. Blackwood's eagerness to insure his actors. That strikes me as odd." Watson's attention sharpened. "He's offering insurance!" "Insisting on it, actually. Showed us very attractive policies this morning before you arrived. The standard theatrical assurance company, premiums paid entirely by the production, generous death benefits, coverage for injury or illness. He said it was his policy to protect his investments, by which he meant us." Sutherland smiled wryly. "Actors are accustomed to being considered disposable, Dr. Watson. When someone treats us as valuable enough to insure, it's either remarkably progressive or remarkably suspicious. Which do you think it is?" "I think, Doctor, that I'm old enough to question generosity that seems too perfect. I signed the policy. One doesn't insult a producer who's paying £50 per week. But I did so with reservations, and I noticed that you're here as a potential investor, yet you spend more time observing Mr. Blackwood than evaluating the play, which suggests to me that perhaps you're not quite what you appear to be." Watson felt a moment of panic. Had his cover been so transparent? But Sutherland's expression was knowing rather than accusing. "I appreciate quality theatre," Watson said carefully, "and quality theatre people." "Of course, as do I." Sutherland stood as Blackwood called the company back for the second act. "A word of advice, Doctor. Whatever you're really here investigating, be careful. There's something about this whole enterprise that doesn't sit right with me. The generous wages, the insurance, the rushed production schedule, even the choice of this cursed play. It feels like a performance within a performance, if you understand me. And I'm not entirely certain who the real audience is supposed to be." He returned to the stage, leaving Watson with the uncomfortable sensation of having been seen through entirely. If Sutherland had recognised Watson's investigative purpose so easily, had Blackwood as well? Was their entire plan compromised before it had fairly begun? The second act proceeded without incident, though Watson paid more attention now to Blackwood's behaviour than to the play itself. The producer was smooth, professional, encouraging, but there was something calculated about it, Watson realised. Every comment, every gesture, every moment of apparent spontaneity seemed slightly rehearsed, as if Blackwood himself were performing a role, the enthusiastic producer bringing theatrical dreams to life. During the third act, Watson noticed Blackwood step away from the group, moving to the back of the auditorium where he engaged in quiet conversation with one of the men from the wings. Money changed hands. Watson couldn't see the amount, but the gesture was clear. Instructions were given, the other man nodded and departed through a side exit, and Blackwood returned to his position as if nothing had occurred. The rehearsal concluded at 4:30, with Blackwood praising everyone effusively and announcing that tomorrow they would begin staging the scenes, moving beyond simple reading into actual blocking and performance. He reminded everyone about the insurance forms that needed to be completed, mentioned that a photographer would come by later in the week for publicity materials, and generally radiated the optimistic energy of a man whose production was proceeding exactly according to plan. "Dr. Watson," Blackwood called as the actors began to disperse, "if you have a moment, perhaps we could discuss the investment opportunities I mentioned." Watson approached the stage, maintaining his persona of interested amateur. "Certainly, Mr. Blackwood. I'm quite impressed by what I've seen today." "Excellent, excellent." Blackwood gestured toward the wings. "My office is backstage. Rather cramped, I'm afraid, but functional. Please follow me." They moved through the maze of backstage corridors to a small office that smelled of dust and old paper. Blackwood gestured Watson to a chair and settled behind a desk piled with scripts, contracts, and financial documents that suggested either organised chaos or deliberate obfuscation. Watson couldn't determine which. "The theatrical world needs more patrons like yourself, Doctor," Blackwood began, his manner warm but businesslike. "Men of means who appreciate the arts and understand that great productions require capital investment. Now, I should be honest with you. This production of The Spectre's Veil is somewhat unusual in its circumstances." "The curse," Watson ventured. "Precisely." "The previous company proved unsuitable to the demands of the piece. Actors can be temperamental, susceptible to superstition. But I've assembled a new company with a stronger constitution, and I believe we can overcome the play's unfortunate reputation." Blackwood leaned forward, his expression earnest. "What I'm offering to select investors is a unique opportunity. A stake in not just this production, but in the standard theatrical assurance company itself. We're revolutionizing theatrical insurance, Dr. Watson, making it accessible and affordable for working actors. The potential returns are substantial." "I see," Watson said slowly. "And what would such an investment entail?" "Initial investment of £1,000 with returns projected at 15% annually. Far better than government bonds or traditional banking investments. Plus, as an investor, you'd have access to future productions, opportunities to be involved in the creative process, the prestige of being associated with significant theatrical events." Blackwood produced a document, sliding it across the desk. "These are the terms, all very straightforward and legally sound." Watson scanned the document, wishing Holmes were present to analyse its finer points. The language was dense, full of legal terminology that would require careful study. But one clause caught his attention. Investors agreed to hold their shares for a minimum of 2 years and could not withdraw investment during that period without forfeiting 25% of principal. "That's a rather restrictive withdrawal clause," Watson observed. "Standard practice for start-up ventures," Blackwood assured him smoothly. "We need stability of capital to build the business properly, but I assure you, Dr. Watson, the returns will more than justify the commitment, and think of the satisfaction of supporting the theatrical arts while also generating excellent financial returns." "I'll need to consider this carefully," Watson said, folding the document and tucking it into his coat. "Consult with my solicitor, review the terms properly. This is not a decision to be made hastily." Blackwood's expression flickered. Just for a moment, Watson saw something behind the professional charm, a flash of calculation or perhaps frustration, but the producer recovered quickly. Of course. Take all the time you need, though I should mention that we're limiting investors to a select few, and the opportunity may not remain available indefinitely. Interest has been quite strong." "Naturally," Watson rose, extending his hand. "Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Blackwood. I'll be in touch within a few days." They shook hands and Watson departed, making his way through the theatre's corridors and out into the October afternoon, which had progressed toward evening while they'd been immersed in theatrical worlds. The street lamps were being lit, their familiar ceremony of light against encroaching darkness, and London was transforming into its evening self. Holmes materialised beside him as Watson turned onto the Strand. the disguise discarded somewhere along the way, replaced by his usual appearance and manner. "Well?" Holmes asked quietly. "What did you learn?" "That Mr. Blackwood is selling far more than theatrical productions," Watson replied. "He's recruiting investors into his insurance scheme, promising extraordinary returns and locking them in with restrictive withdrawal terms. I suspect that investor money is being used to fund the fraudulent payouts, creating a sort of pyramid where early investors are paid with later investors' capital. A variation on a Ponzi scheme, merged with insurance fraud. Quite ingenious, really. In its comprehensive criminality, Holmes guided them into a quiet doorway, away from the flow of pedestrian traffic. I observed the entire rehearsal from the lighting gallery. Blackwood sent a man with a message during the third act. I followed him to a telegraph office on Wellington Street. The telegram was addressed to a warehouse near the Limehouse docks, contents unclear, but the clerk remembered it because the address was unusual for theatrical business. Limehouse? Watson's mind raced. Could that be where the missing actors are being held? Possibly. It's certainly an area where people could be kept quiet without attracting official attention. Warehouses, abandoned buildings, transient populations that don't ask questions. Holmes's expression was grim. "I think we're reaching the critical point, Watson. Blackwood is assembling another company, insuring them heavily, and presumably preparing to make them disappear, just as he did the previous two groups. We need to move quickly before more people vanish into whatever arrangement he's created. Should we alert Lestrade, mount a raid on the Limehouse warehouse? Not yet. We don't have concrete evidence, just supposition and circumstantial connections. If we raid the wrong building, or if Blackwood is warned and moves his operation, we may lose our chance to recover the missing actors and prove the fraud." Holmes began walking, his pace brisk with purpose. "Tomorrow I'll investigate the Limehouse address personally. Tonight, I need to contact Miss Adler. She's in genuine danger now, and I won't risk her safety for the sake of the investigation." They found a quiet pub near Charing Cross where they could talk without being overheard. Watson ordered pints neither of them particularly wanted, and they settled at a corner table to review everything they'd learned. Holmes produced his notebook, adding Watson's observations to his own, building the comprehensive picture that would eventually become the case's solution. "The pattern is clear now," Holmes said, his voice low. "Blackwood targets struggling theatres with his cursed play, institutions desperate enough to take risks. He assembles companies of vulnerable actors, insures them heavily through his own company, then makes them disappear before opening night. The productions fail, the actors are presumed dead or simply vanished, and eventually, after appropriate waiting periods, the insurance company declares them deceased and pays benefits to the listed beneficiaries." "But who are the beneficiaries?" Watson asked. "Surely not the actors themselves if they're presumed dead." "That's what we need to discover. My hypothesis is that the actors were convinced to list the insurance company or its representatives as beneficiaries, perhaps under some pretense of protecting their interests or holding the money in trust. Or possibly, they have genuine debts that Blackwood's organisation agreed to settle in exchange for beneficiary status. Either way, the money ultimately returns to Blackwood's enterprise, appearing as legitimate payouts while actually constituting pure profit." Holmes sipped his untouched pint, his expression distant with calculation. Meanwhile, the actors themselves are kept somewhere, alive, presumably comfortable enough, but hidden and unable to contact the outside world. After the insurance pays out, they might be released with some portion of the money as payment for their cooperation, or... He didn't finish the thought, but Watson understood the darker implication. Once the insurance money was collected, the actors became liabilities rather than assets. Their continued silence would be essential, which meant either paying them enough to ensure cooperation or ensuring their silence through more permanent means. "We have to find them, Holmes," Watson said urgently, "before Blackwood decides they're more trouble than they're worth." "Agreed. Which is why tomorrow's investigation of the Limehouse address is critical." Holmes rose, leaving coins on the table for their barely touched drinks. "Come, we need to send word to Miss Adler, and I want to review those insurance documents one more time. Something about the beneficiary arrangements is nagging at me. There's a detail I'm missing, a pattern I haven't quite seen." They returned to Baker Street as full darkness settled over London. the city's million lights creating constellations of human habitation against the night sky. Mrs. Hudson had left cold supper and fresh coffee, bless her, and they ate while poring over the documents Watson had obtained from Blackwood, comparing them with the insurance company records Holmes had acquired through his own methods. It was near midnight when Holmes suddenly sat upright, his eyes blazing with the light of revelation. "Watson, look here. The beneficiary clause in the standard policy. It says designated beneficiary, or in the absence of such designation, the estate of the deceased. But look at this attached form. It's pre-filled with the standard theatrical assurance company listed as temporary beneficiary until the actor completes a separate beneficiary designation form, which they likely never complete," Watson said, understanding flooding through him, "or are told not to worry about immediately, or are convinced the company holding it in trust is for their protection." "Precisely. And in the meantime, if they're declared dead, the company automatically becomes the beneficiary. The actors probably sign these documents without reading them carefully. They're offered such generous terms, paid such high wages, treated so well that they trust Blackwood implicitly. And by the time they realise something is wrong, they're already disappeared, already trapped in whatever arrangement he's created." Watson felt cold despite the fire burning cheerfully in the grate. "It's monstrous, using people's dreams and desperation against them." "Most effective criminal schemes are," Holmes said grimly. "They prey on hope and need, convincing people to participate in their own victimization. But we're close now, Watson. Very close. Tomorrow we find where Blackwood is keeping his disappeared actors, and we end this scheme before anyone else vanishes into his theatrical web." A knock at the door interrupted them, the street urchin Holmes employed for messages, with a note from Irene Adler. Holmes opened it quickly, his expression tightening as he read. She says Blackwood approached her after rehearsal, offering an additional £50 to sign the insurance documents immediately rather than waiting until tomorrow. He was insistent, almost desperate. She signed them, she had to maintain her cover, but she's concerned that her questions about the terms made him suspicious. Holmes crumpled the note. "Damn, she's in more danger than I anticipated. I need to get word to her to withdraw from the production tomorrow, claim illness or a better offer, anything to get her clear before—" But whatever Holmes was about to say was cut off by the sound of running feet on the stairs, and then Inspector Lestrade burst into the room without knocking, his face flushed with exertion and urgency. "Holmes! Thank God you're here. We've just had word. There's been a disturbance at a warehouse in Limehouse. Reports of people screaming for help. I've got constables on the way, but I thought you'd want to know immediately. It might be your missing actors." Holmes was already moving, grabbing his coat and stick. "Watson, come. Lestrade, we'll take a police wagon if you have one available. Speed is essential." They thundered down the stairs and out into the London night, where a police wagon waited with 2 constables already aboard. The journey to Limehouse passed in a blur of gaslit streets and fog-shrouded corners, the horses' hooves striking sparks from cobblestones, the wagon lurching around corners as they raced toward the docks and whatever discovery awaited them there. Watson gripped the wagon's side, his heart pounding with anticipation and dread. They were close, so close to solving the mystery, to finding the missing actors, to exposing Blackwood's scheme. But whether they were in time to prevent tragedy, whether the people they sought were still safe, whether Irene Adler's cover remained intact, those questions hung unanswered in the foggy darkness, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The fog thickened as they approached the Thames, rising from the river like theatre smoke, transforming the familiar into something alien and vaguely threatening. The streets of Limehouse were narrower here, lined with warehouses that loomed like sleeping giants in the darkness, their windows blank and unwelcoming. The smell of the river was strong, mud and salt water, rotting wood and coal tar, the particular perfume of a London's working waterfront where ships from around the world delivered their cargoes into the Empire's hungry maw. The police wagon slowed as they entered a maze of commercial buildings, the driver consulting with Lestrade about the exact address. Watson could hear voices now, carried on the fog-muffled air, shouts, perhaps, or cries for help. though distance and atmosphere made it difficult to determine their exact nature or location. The constables gripped their truncheons, their young faces tense with anticipation of action. Holmes sat forward, every muscle coiled with readiness, his keen eyes scanning the darkness for details others might miss. "There," he said suddenly, pointing to a warehouse distinguished from its neighbours only by a faint light visible through a ground-floor window. "That building? See the fresh wheel tracks in the mud? Heavy wagon recently departed. And that light, it's moving. Someone carrying a lamp rather than a fixed source." Lestrade ordered the driver to stop the wagon 100 yards distant, and they disembarked with as much stealth as 6 men could manage on cobblestones slick with moisture and river debris. 2 constables moved to circle the building from the rear while Lestrade, Holmes, Watson and the remaining constable approached the front entrance, a massive door designed for loading cargo rather than admitting people. The door stood slightly ajar, carelessly left open or deliberately inviting, Watson couldn't determine which. Holmes pressed his ear to the gap, listening intently, then gestured them forward with a sharp hand motion. They entered into darkness broken only by that moving light Holmes had spotted, now revealed as a lamp carried by someone deeper within the warehouse's interior. The space was vast, Watson realised as his eyes adjusted to the dimness. Wooden crates were stacked in organised rows, creating corridors and chambers within the larger structure. The ceiling soared overhead, supported by massive beams from which hooks and pulleys dangled like mechanical stalactites. The sound of water was everywhere, dripping from above, lapping at the warehouse's foundation, the eternal presence of the Thames making itself known through every gap in the building's construction. "Hello!" a voice called out, wavering with fear and hope. "Is someone there? Please, we heard the wagon leave. Has someone come to help us?" Watson recognised the tone, the desperate relief of someone who'd been waiting for rescue, uncertain whether it would ever arrive. He exchanged glances with Holmes, who nodded permission, and Watson called out, "Yes, we're here to help. Police and representatives of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Where are you?" "Back here." Through the crates, toward the rear of the building. "There's a locked room. We're imprisoned inside. Hurry, please. They said they'd return before morning, and we don't know what they plan to do with us." They moved quickly now, abandoning stealth for speed, following the voice through this maze of stacked cargo. The lamp-bearer resolved into a thin young man, perhaps 25, with the bearing of someone who'd been through an ordeal. Clothes rumpled, face showing several days' worth of stubble, eyes wide with the particular exhaustion that comes from sustained anxiety rather than mere physical tiredness. "Mr. Hartley," Holmes said, recognition in his voice. "James Hartley, the leading man from the Adelphi Theatre." The young man's face transformed with relief so profound it was almost painful to witness. "Yes! Yes, that's me. Thank God you found us. We've been here for days, some of us even longer." They took our belongings, locked us in, told us the theatre had burned down, and we needed to stay hidden until the insurance matters were settled. But it didn't make sense. None of it made sense. And when we tried to leave, they posted guards. "How many of you are here?" Lestrade interjected, his practical policeman's mind already organising the logistics of rescue. 22, Hartley said, leading them toward the back of the warehouse. The original Adelphi company, plus the first replacement company that Blackwood assembled. We're all together now. They brought the second group in yesterday, crammed us all into the same locked room. That's when we realised something was terribly wrong. If the theatre had burned down, why would they need to hire replacements? Why would they then lock those replacements up with us? They reached the room, really a storage chamber built into the warehouse's rear corner, constructed of solid brick with a heavy wooden door secured by a substantial padlock. Faces pressed against a small barred window set high in the door, pale in the lamplight, expressing every shade of hope and fear and desperate relief. "Stand back from the door," Lestrade ordered, and the constable stepped forward with a crowbar kept in the police wagon for exactly such purposes. It took 3 tries, the metal screeching against metal, before the lock gave way and the door swung open, releasing a flood of people into the warehouse's relative freedom. Watson's medical instincts took over immediately. He moved among them, quickly assessing, checking for injuries, signs of illness, the physical toll of days spent in cramped, inadequate conditions. Most appeared relatively healthy, if tired and frightened. They'd been given adequate food and water at least, though the sanitary arrangements were clearly minimal and privacy non-existent. "Miss Ashworth?" Holmes called out, scanning the crowd. "Caroline Ashworth?" A young woman stepped forward, and even in these circumstances Watson could see the actress she was, beautiful in a classical way, with dark hair and expressive eyes that probably commanded any stage she graced. "I'm Caroline Ashworth. You're Mr. Holmes. Mr. Pemberton spoke of you, said if anyone could find us it would be you. Miss Ashworth, are you hurt? Have you been harmed in any way?" "Not physically, but Mr. Holmes, they lied to us from the beginning. The insurance man, the one who approached us at the theatre, told us the building was unsafe, that there would be a collapse during the performance if we didn't evacuate immediately. He said the insurance company would protect us, arrange safe accommodation while repairs were made, and we'd receive full salary plus bonuses for our cooperation." Her voice broke slightly. "We trusted him. He seemed so professional, so concerned for our safety. And when we arrived here, they locked us in, took our personal belongings, said it was for our own protection until the insurance investigation was complete. But days passed, and no one came, and we began to understand we'd been kidnapped." Holmes's expression was grim. "The insurance man? Describe him to me." "Ordinary looking," Caroline said, echoing the description Mrs. Weatherby had given in the pub. "Medium height, medium build, brown hair, forgettable face but cold eyes. He called himself Mr. Smith. And the guards? How many, and are they armed?" James Hartley answered, "2 men, rotating shifts. They have clubs, possibly knives, but we haven't seen firearms. They left perhaps an hour ago, said they had to report to someone, and would return before dawn." That's when we started shouting, hoping someone might hear us. Lestrade was already organising the evacuation, sending one constable to bring the police wagon closer while the other went to summon additional vehicles for transporting 22 people back to safety. Holmes, however, remained focused on gathering information, understanding the full scope of Blackwood's operation. "Did they mention names?" Holmes pressed. "Blackwood, perhaps? Or Mortimer?" An older man stepped forward. Watson recognised him as Gerald Sutherland, the experienced actor from the afternoon's rehearsal. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I didn't expect to see you again quite so soon, and certainly not under these circumstances. Yes, they mentioned Blackwood. The guards spoke of him as their employer, and said he'd promised them significant bonuses once the business was concluded. We didn't understand what business they meant, but from the way they talked, it involved us being declared dead and insurance money being collected." Watson felt a chill. "They planned to kill you?" "We don't think so, at least not immediately. The impression we got was that we'd be kept here until the insurance payments were processed, then released with some portion of the money as payment for our silence. But some of us wondered whether they'd actually honour that promise or whether—" Sutherland didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear enough. Holmes was examining the room where they'd been kept, his sharp eyes cataloguing every detail. The space was perhaps 20 feet square, with pallets on the floor serving as beds, buckets in the corner for sanitation, and empty food crates suggesting meals had been provided regularly if not generously. A small table held papers. Watson moved closer and saw they were insurance documents, policies with the actors' signatures, each one listing the standard theatrical assurance company as beneficiary. "They had us sign these when we first arrived," Caroline explained, noticing Watson's attention. "Said it was necessary for processing our compensation claims. We were so confused, so frightened. We signed without really understanding what we were agreeing to." Holmes gathered the documents carefully. "This is evidence, crucial evidence of the fraud. With these and your testimonies, we can build a case that will see Blackwood and his associates in prison for years." The sound of wagon wheels on cobblestones announced the arrival of transportation. Lestrade began organising the actors' removal, taking names and addresses, promising that statements would be collected formally once everyone had been given the opportunity to rest and recover. The atmosphere in the warehouse shifted from fear to relief, tinged with lingering anxiety. They were safe now, rescued, but the trauma of their ordeal wouldn't dissipate immediately. Watson helped the weaker individuals toward the wagons, his arm supporting an elderly actress who'd been with the first replacement company and had spent 4 days in captivity. "It's over now," he assured her gently. "You're safe. We'll get you somewhere warm and comfortable, and tomorrow you can begin putting this nightmare behind you." She patted his hand with trembling fingers. "Thank you, Doctor. We'd begun to lose hope, you know. To think that no one was looking for us, that we'd simply vanished and the world had moved on without noticing. It's a terrible thing, being forgotten." "You weren't forgotten," Watson said firmly. "Mr. Pemberton never stopped searching. And Mr. Holmes doesn't abandon puzzles until they're solved, especially when human lives are at stake." Holmes was conferring with Lestrade near the warehouse entrance, their voices low but urgent. Watson moved closer, catching the thread of conversation. "Need to arrest Blackwood immediately," Lestrade was saying, "before he realizes we've found his victims and tries to flee." "Agreed. But we must also recover Miss Adler," Holmes interjected, his voice tight with concern Watson rarely heard. "She's inserted herself into Blackwood's organisation, and if he suspects she's connected to our investigation, she's in grave danger." "Where is she now?" Watson asked, joining them. She was scheduled to attend a social gathering this evening. Blackwood invited the entire new company to dinner at Simpson's on the Strand, ostensibly to build camaraderie before the production intensified. She sent a note earlier saying she'd attend, try to gather more information about his plans. Holmes checked his pocket watch. Nearly 1 in the morning. The dinner would have concluded hours ago. She should be back at the Savoy by now, safely in her room. "Should we send someone to verify?" Watson suggested. "I'll go myself," Holmes decided. "Watson, accompany Lestrade and the rescued actors to Scotland Yard. Help document their statements." Lestrade stationed constables at Blackwood's Threadneedle Street office and his home address. "I obtained it from the company records. We'll coordinate arrests once I've confirmed Miss Adler's safety." They separated with the efficiency of a long partnership, each moving to complete their assigned tasks. Watson climbed aboard one of the police wagons, surrounded by actors who alternated between excited chatter about their rescue and exhausted silence as the reality of their ordeal settled over them. The journey back through Limehouse and into central London seemed to take hours, though the clock suggested otherwise, time distorted by tension and the aftermath of action. Scotland Yard at night was a different creature than its daytime self, quieter but somehow more focused, the night shift dealing with London's darker business without the distraction of administrative bustle. Lestrade commandeered a large room for taking statements, and Watson found himself assisting, offering medical assessment where needed, providing calming presence as these traumatised people recounted their experiences for official record. Caroline Ashworth's statement was particularly detailed. She'd paid attention to everything during her captivity, noting times when guards changed, snippets of overheard conversation, details about the warehouse's layout, and the routines her captors followed. "I kept thinking," she told Watson between sections of her testimony, "that if we ever got out, someone would need to know everything in order to bring these men to justice. So I observed, I remembered, I made mental notes the way I'd memorize a script." "You're very brave," Watson said sincerely. "Not brave, Doctor." "Angry. They stole days of our lives, terrified us, used our dreams and our professional dedication against us. That kind of violation deserves consequences, and I intend to see them face those consequences fully." James Hartley's statement revealed additional details. The guards had been less careful around male prisoners, discussing Blackwood's plans more openly. "They talked about the boss's scheme," Hartley recalled. "How brilliant it was, how they'd all be rich once the insurance payouts cleared. They mentioned other cities too, Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham. Said Blackwood had been running variations of this operation for years, always staying one step ahead of authorities by moving between jurisdictions and using the curse of superstition to make people reluctant to investigate too closely." Watson felt cold fury building as he listened. This wasn't an isolated crime of opportunity, but a systematic operation, refined over years, preying on vulnerable theatrical communities in multiple cities. How many other actors had been victimised? How much money had Blackwood stolen through his elaborate fraud? Gerald Sutherland's statement was more analytical, providing context about the theatrical world's vulnerabilities. "We're a community built on hope and dreams, detective," he told the officer, recording his words. "We live precarious lives, always one bad review or one injury away from unemployment. When someone offers security, guaranteed wages, insurance protection, promises of successful productions, we want desperately to believe them." Blackwood understood that psychology and weaponized it against us. By 3 a.m, all 22 statements had been recorded, and the rescued actors were being transported to various hotels at Scotland Yard's expense, where they could rest properly before dealing with the practical matters of returning to their lives. Watson stood in the corridor outside Lestrade's office, exhausted but too keyed up to consider sleep, waiting for word from Holmes about Irene Adler's safety. The sound of rapid footsteps brought his head up, and Holmes appeared around the corner, his face showing rare, unconcealed concern. "She's not at the Savoy," he said without preamble. "The desk clerk says she returned from dinner around 9 o'clock, went to her room, then left again at 10 carrying a small bag. She told the clerk she had a late rehearsal and would return by midnight. She hasn't come back." Watson's stomach dropped. Blackwood has her. That would be my assumption. The question is where, and whether he's simply keeping her with the other actors, or whether he's realised she's been investigating him and has taken more immediate measures. Holmes's voice was tightly controlled, but Watson could hear the emotion beneath. Fear for someone he cared about, guilt at having involved her in danger, determination to find her before harm came to her. Lestrade emerged from his office, reading the situation from their expressions. "Miss Adler is missing?" "Since 10 o'clock, Holmes confirmed. "Lestrade, have your men apprehended Blackwood yet?" "Constables are in position at both addresses, but no sign of him at either location. His housekeeper says he didn't come home this evening, and the Threadneedle Street office is locked and dark. We're watching both places, but—" Lestrade spread his hands helplessly. "He knows," Holmes said flatly. "Somehow he knows we've found his warehouse prison, knows his scheme is collapsing, and he's taken Miss Adler as either hostage or victim. We need to find him, Lestrade, and we need to find him now." Watson stepped forward, his mind racing through possibilities. The Adelphi Theatre. Would he return there? It's the centre of his operation, familiar, ground, and empty at this hour. If he's panicking, making desperate decisions, he might retreat to familiar territory. Holmes's eyes sharpened. "Excellent reasoning, Watson. The theatre also has the advantage of multiple exits, hidden spaces, the infrastructure to hide someone. And symbolically," he paused, a theory forming, "symbolically it's appropriate. Blackwood's entire scheme has been theatrical performance, elaborate staging. If he's in a corner, trapped, perhaps he'd choose to play out the final act on an actual stage." "That's rather poetic thinking for a criminal fleeing justice," Lestrade said sceptically. But he was already moving, calling for constables, organising another expedition into the London night. They took 2 wagons this time, moving quickly through streets now almost empty in the dead hours between midnight and dawn. The city slept around them, or pretended to, while above stars struggled to penetrate London's eternal haze. Watson found himself praying. He wasn't a particularly religious man, but desperate circumstances drove him to it. That they'd find Irene safe, that Blackwood hadn't harmed her, that this night wouldn't end in tragedy after the triumph of rescuing the other actors. The Adelphi Theatre loomed before them, dark and silent, though Watson thought he detected a faint light somewhere within its depths, a glow too dim to be certain wasn't imagination or reflected street lamps. Holmes was out of the wagon before it fully stopped, moving toward the stage door with Watson close behind, Lestrade and the constables spreading out to cover other entrances. The stage door was unlocked, another ominous sign. They entered quietly, moving through the familiar corridors that now felt threatening rather than merely melancholy. The scent of grease paint and dust was overlaid with something else now. Tension, fear, the particular atmosphere that violence creates even before it manifests. They emerged into the auditorium and Watson's breath caught. The stage was lit by a single lamp, its flame casting enormous shadows across the painted scenery. And there, centre stage, stood Arthur Blackwood, impeccably dressed despite the hour, holding Irene Adler's arm in a grip that looked casual but Watson suspected was anything but. Irene appeared calm, composed even though Watson could see the tension in her posture, the calculation in her eyes as she assessed escape possibilities. "Mr. Holmes," Blackwood called out, his voice carrying across the empty auditorium with the projection of an experienced actor. "Dr. Watson, Inspector Lestrade, I presume? Welcome to my theatre. I've been expecting you. Won't you take a seat? The final performance is about to begin." His smile was cold, confident, the expression of a man who believed he still controlled the situation, despite all evidence to the contrary. And in his free hand, Watson now saw, he held a revolver, pointed not at them, but at Irene, the ultimate deterrent to heroic intervention. The stage was set, the players in position, and the final act of the adventure of the empty theatre was about to unfold in ways none of them had quite anticipated. Watson felt his heart hammering as he stood in the aisle, watching Holmes calculate angles and possibilities, knowing that whatever happened in the next minutes would determine whether this case ended in triumph or tragedy. The theatre held its breath, waiting, and somewhere above them, the ghostlight burned eternal, bearing witness to one more drama in a space that had hosted thousands, this one frighteningly real and potentially deadly. The silence that followed Blackwood's invitation stretched like a taut wire humming with potential violence. Holmes stood perfectly still in the aisle, his posture relaxed yet somehow coiled, like a cat observing prey it hadn't yet decided to pounce upon. Watson remained a step behind his friend, acutely aware of the revolver in Blackwood's hand, of Irene's controlled breathing of Lestrade and the constables positioned at various points around the auditorium's periphery, waiting for Holmes's signal or Blackwood's mistake. "This is quite theatrical, Mr. Blackwood," Holmes said, his voice carrying clearly through the empty space, "though I confess the staging could use work. A hostage on stage, villain making grand pronouncements. It's rather melodramatic, don't you think?" Cornelius Blackwood would have written it with more subtlety. "My brother had many talents," Arthur Blackwood replied, and for the first time Watson heard emotion beneath the professional smoothness, bitterness, perhaps, or long-festering resentment. But subtlety in the real world is often mistaken for weakness. I learned that lesson well enough when his cursed play destroyed what should have been my theatrical career. While Cornelius was lauded for his genius, I was the one managing the Manchester production, the one blamed when the theatre burned, the one left with debts and a reputation for bringing disaster wherever I worked. "So you decided to weaponize the curse," Holmes observed, moving fractionally closer, though still maintaining distance. "Turn your brother's failed legacy into a profitable enterprise. Rather ingenious, I'll admit, using theatrical superstition as cover for systematic fraud." "It was justice," Blackwood said sharply. "The theatre world destroyed my life because of my brother's play. I simply found a way to make that same world compensate me for my suffering, and it would have continued working perfectly if you hadn't interfered." Irene spoke for the first time, her voice steady despite her precarious situation. "It wasn't Holmes who interfered, Mr. Blackwood. It was your own greed. You got careless, recruited too many companies too quickly, pushed the scheme too far. Good criminals know when to stop. You didn't." Blackwood's grip on her arm tightened, and Watson saw her wince slightly. "Careful, Miss Adler. You're hardly in a position to critique my business practices. I know who you are, you see. Not just an actress looking for work, but Irene Adler, the woman who once outwitted Sherlock Holmes himself. I recognized you from newspaper accounts, though you've aged well, I must say. Did you really think I wouldn't realize you were investigating me?" "I thought you might," Irene admitted calmly. "But I also thought you'd be too arrogant to believe I posed a real threat. Men like you usually are." Holmes had moved closer during this exchange, now standing perhaps 20 feet from the stage. Watson could see his friend's mind working, calculating angles, assessing risks, looking for the opening that would allow them to resolve this situation without bloodshed. Lestrade had gestured the constables into better positions, creating a loose semicircle around the stage, cutting off most escape routes. "Here's what's going to happen," Blackwood announced, his voice taking on the rehearsed quality of someone who'd planned this speech. "I'm going to leave this theatre with Miss Adler. You're going to allow me safe passage out of London. A boat from the docks, perhaps, or a train to the continent. Once I'm safely away, I'll release her unharmed. If you try to stop me, well..." He gestured with the revolver. "I think the consequences are clear enough." "That's not a plan," Holmes said mildly. "That's a fantasy. You must realise there's no escape from this situation, Blackwood. We've found your warehouse prison, freed all 22 actors you kidnapped, documented your entire insurance fraud scheme. Scotland Yard knows everything. Every constable in London will soon be looking for you. Where exactly do you imagine you'll go? The continent has many places a man can disappear, Mr. Holmes, and I have resources you know nothing about. Money hidden away, contacts in various cities, alternate identities prepared for exactly this contingency. I'm not some common criminal without foresight." Blackwood's confidence seemed to waver slightly. "But I don't want to hurt Miss Adler. Release her? I need her assurance of safe passage. Cooperate, and everyone leaves here alive." Watson saw Holmes's eyes flick to Irene, some silent communication passing between them. She gave the barest nod, so subtle Watson might have imagined it, and he understood suddenly that they were coordinating, that whatever happened next had been anticipated, planned for in the quick intelligence that both possessed. "May I approach?" Holmes asked, his tone conversational. "I'd like to see Miss Adler more clearly, assure myself she's unharmed." "Stay where you are," Blackwood ordered, but his voice carried a note of uncertainty now. The situation wasn't proceeding as he'd expected. Holmes wasn't reacting with the panic or desperation that Blackwood had presumably anticipated. "Very well." Holmes clasped his hands behind his back, the very picture of relaxed compliance. "Then let me tell you what I know, Mr. Blackwood. Not about your insurance scheme, that's documented and proven, but about your brother, Cornelius. He didn't die or go mad after the Manchester fire, did he? He's alive, probably living under an assumed name, and he's your partner in this entire operation." Blackwood's face spasmed with surprise, and Watson knew Holmes had struck close to truth. "How did you—" "The insurance policies themselves gave it away," Holmes continued, his voice carrying the pleasure of explanation, of revealing the solution to a puzzle fully solved. "They're written with dramatic flair, the clauses structured almost like stage directions. The entire scheme has theatrical elegance that goes beyond mere practical fraud. It has artistry, the touch of someone who understands drama not just as entertainment, but as a lived experience. Arthur Blackwood, the failed theatre manager, could never have constructed something so elaborate. But Cornelius Blackwood, the brilliant playwright who poured genius into a cursed masterpiece, he would have both the imagination and the bitter motivation to create fraud as performance art." "Brilliant, Holmes," came a new voice from the wings, and a man emerged onto the stage, stepping into the lamplight with the confidence of someone making a planned entrance. He was perhaps 50, with greying hair and features that resembled Arthur's but refined by intelligence and suffering into something more complex. "My brother said you were remarkable, Mr. Holmes. I'm pleased to see he didn't exaggerate." Cornelius Blackwood moved to stand beside his brother, and Watson saw immediately the dynamic between them. Arthur was the manager, the practical implementer, but Cornelius was the architect, the creative genius who designed this elaborate revenge against the theatrical world that had rejected him. "The Manchester fire was deliberate," Holmes said. "Not a question, but a statement. You burned your own play, created the curse legend yourself, then spent 30 years elaborating on it, turning theatrical superstition into criminal opportunity." "They called my play cursed after one accident," Cornelius said, his voice carrying decades of accumulated bitterness. "One fire, and suddenly I was poisoned, unemployable, my genius wasted because of superstitious fools. So I made them right. I became the curse. Every disaster they attributed to my play, every failure, every financial ruin, those were my doing, my revenge against an industry that couldn't recognise greatness when it was offered. And the actors you kidnapped," Watson found his voice, anger overriding caution. Those people whose lives you disrupted, whose trust you violated, what did they do to deserve your revenge? Collateral damage, Cornelius said dismissively. Necessary components of the performance. They were compensated adequately for their inconvenience. Compensated? Irene's voice cut like a blade. You imprisoned them, terrified them, and planned to declare them dead for insurance profit. That's not compensation. That's sociopathic cruelty dressed up as an artistic statement. Arthur's grip on Irene had loosened during the conversation, his attention diverted by his brother's appearance. Watson saw Holmes notice this, saw the almost imperceptible shift in his friend's posture, the preparation for action. Enough talking, Arthur declared, seeming to remember his situation. Cornelius, we're leaving. Now, with Miss Adler as insurance. Mr. Holmes, you and your companions will remain here for 30 minutes after we depart. Constables at the exits will let us pass unmolested. Am I understood? Perfectly understood, Holmes said, and then several things happened simultaneously. Irene dropped her full weight suddenly, breaking Arthur's grip and rolling away across the stage with the trained physicality of someone who'd practiced stage combat. Holmes launched himself forward with unexpected speed, closing the distance to the stage in 3 long strides. Watson drew the service revolver he'd carried since their army days together, aiming at Arthur Blackwood's centre mass. Lestrade shouted orders to the constables who converged from multiple directions. Arthur swung his revolver toward Irene, but Holmes was already there, his hand striking Arthur's wrist with precise force that sent the weapon clattering across the stage. Cornelius turned to flee into the wings, but 2 constables had anticipated this, emerging from backstage to block his escape. Lestrade himself tackled Arthur as the criminal tried to follow his brother, and both men went down in a tangle of limbs and cursing. It was over in perhaps 15 seconds, the violence brief and decisive, the outcome never really in doubt once Holmes had initiated action. Watson kept his revolver trained on the Blackwoods as constables secured them with handcuffs, while Holmes helped Irene to her feet, his concern evident despite his usual reserve. "Are you hurt?" Holmes asked quietly, his hands steadying her shoulders. "Only my pride," Irene replied with a shaky smile. "I should have realized he'd recognized me." "Got careless." "You were magnificent," Holmes said firmly. "Your information and your courage have been essential to solving this case." Watson joined them on the stage, relieved beyond measure that the confrontation had ended without serious injury. Around them, Lestrade and the constables were processing the arrests, reciting charges, dealing with the Blackwood brothers' protests and threats. The theatre, which had witnessed so many dramatic conclusions over its long history, had hosted one more, this one real, consequential, its outcome determined not by script but by courage, intelligence, and the simple human refusal to let cruelty triumph over justice. 3 days later, Watson sat in the comfortable sitting room of 221B Baker Street, writing the account that would eventually be published as The Adventure of the Empty Theatre. The morning papers lay scattered around him, their headlines trumpeting the arrests, the exposure of the insurance fraud scheme, of crime and solution, darkness and illumination. They left Baker Street as evening settled over London, the gas lamps being lit in their nightly ceremony, the city transforming into its nocturnal self. Somewhere, in theatres across the West End, curtains were rising on evening performances, audiences settling into their seats, actors preparing to step into other lives and other stories. The theatrical world continued, resilient and eternal, and thanks to Sherlock Holmes's intervention, a little safer, a little more protected from those who would exploit its particular vulnerabilities. The fog rolled in from the Thames, wrapping the city in familiar embrace, and London settled into its evening rhythms, a million stories unfolding simultaneously, each one unique, each one part of the greater narrative that was life in the greatest city on earth. And in that vast human drama, Watson reflected, he and Holmes played their parts, solving mysteries, pursuing justice, ensuring that the stage remained set for others to perform their own stories in safety and hope. The curtain fell on the adventure of the empty theatre, but the performance that was life itself continued, ever changing, ever fascinating, and Watson wouldn't have wanted it any other way. As Watson closed his notebook and prepared for publication, he added a final note. The curse of the Spectre's Veil died with the exposure of the Blackwood brothers' scheme. The play itself, however, remained unperformed, its reputation too damaged by association with crime to tempt even the most daring theatrical manager. Perhaps, Watson mused, some stories are meant to remain on the page rather than the stage, their power existing in potential rather than performance. And perhaps that was the most theatrical conclusion of all. A play that defeated itself through the very curse it helped create, forever part of theatrical legend, forever unperformed, forever existing in that liminal space between reality and imagination, where all great drama ultimately lives. The rescued actors returned to their lives and careers. London's theatres continued their eternal cycle of performances, and in the quiet sitting room at 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes lit his pipe and contemplated the next mystery, while the city beyond the windows whispered its secrets to the fog, and the night carried its promises and threats in equal measure, waiting for morning's revelation. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the golden lights of Florence, the misty calm of San Francisco, the moonlit charm of Seville, or the breeze-kissed shores of Zanzibar? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the quiet cradle you. Let your dreams roam free. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.